What's up? Good evening, everybody. Good Sunday evening. Welcome to those of you who have decided to step in. And no apologies to those of you who have decided to stay out because you think the whole episode is going to be about some weird, freaky castle thing. It is not. It is not. It's just the first segment. And we'll eventually move on to other things. Not that I have any other things planned, per se. But of course, as you guys know, anything you guys want to talk about, we'll talk about. I will, to remind myself and you all, like to say that perhaps after the Castle Freak discussion, before I forget, I'd like to hit upon the calf improvements, as it were, if you want to call them that, I guess. Update, I guess. I know that a lot of you have already sort of tuned into not this past Thursday, the one before, but we never spoke about it. So you guys probably know more than me. I never gave you my kind of feedback. I have a little bit, not much, so that won't take long. But I do want to kind of touch upon it just because I'm curious about, some of the things that you guys liked or disliked, and we never got to kind of chat about that. So I'd like to hit that as the second topic tonight. Okay. Before I forget, because I always do, not always, but I often do forget. Just do a quick promo for Nikki B. So this coming Friday, Nick is going to have some Mannix art. Some Mannix art for the lot of you who keep going after Mannix art. And I don't know what the art is. So I can't tell you because I don't know. And aside from the Mannix art, the artist Chris Lee, who some of you may know from having done some Iron Man work. You may know him as a guy who does work with Carl Choi at 247 Comics. So he's going to be a guest live, and I believe he said we'll be selling art. So yeah, that should be interesting. It should be fun and interesting. So please do check that out this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, as always. The same time, same bat channel. And for those of you not subscribed, you can check that out and bookmark the show at that link, the direct link I just put in for you right there. Okay. And while I didn't grab it, I didn't actually grab it, but yeah, maybe I could do a quick in the moment live thing where I grab it for you. Wanted to mention that Carl had Carl from Carl's collection, Carl Sodergren, that is. He did a new video, and it was on Hayden Sherman and Batman Dark Patterns, to be specific. So for those of you who don't know, and even I've talked about it before. Batman Dark Patterns is a 12-issue series, and it consists of 4 stories from early in Batman's career, 3 issues each. So the first 3 issues is one story, the next 3 issues is another story, and onward for a total of 4 short stories, 3 issues each, which I think is really fun. And so there's a collected edition of that came out. And so Carl talks about that. And he made it both a combo talk about that comic book, but also made the video a combination of original art, because he got another piece, this is his second one, of original art from Batman Dark Patterns by Hayden Sherman, which, although I've said it before, it bears mentioning once again. It is the most impressive design in terms of the how he constructed how he thought out and constructed his panels, the panel design. It is so incredible. I think it in many cases goes beyond J.H. Williams's design. Yeah, I think so anyways. Either way, don't want to say too much, but check it out if you're into graphic design, especially in terms of how certain, when artists in comic books incorporate graphic design into their comic book work. Outstanding stuff. So, and I can also vouch, the stories, really good too. So I definitely vouch for picking up the collection if you want to read some good Batman stuff. Okay, let me here. Hold on. Wow, you guys talk so fast. Now, I don't want to forget. Did I put in the link to that? Yes, I did. Okay, perfect. Now, there is also something I just noticed, and I'm going to catch it now before it becomes 1 week old. It is Newell. I don't know if he's here. Hello, Newell, if you're here or whether you're not. But I'm grabbing the direct link to Newell. Those of you may know him as Stingray, or only as Stingray. He finally, statute of limitations, Newell, Jesus, finally put out his OAX 2026 recap. And he made it an hour long. It just came out a few hours ago, so I only just noticed this now. An hour long, and it's only part one. I don't know if making a multi-part hours long thing, statute of limitations, dude. Anyways, but check it out. If this is those of you who don't attend OAX and you would like to see what it's about in depth, I guess, here's a direct link to the first part. And I guess the video, when you watch it, will tell you when the second part will be due. All right, there you go. Please check Newell's video out if you have the time and inclination. Okay, so yes, that is it for the promos. So thank you for doing that. Let me quickly see if there is any. Did I get any new subs to mention? No, I think Pat Lee was last week. No. So that's it. So that's all good. Let me jump into the studio, say hi to everybody. I have to do this real quick. Hey to Mara. Mara's in the house. I mistakenly thought we were doing something else related to castles. Thought we were going to be talking about the films of William Castle. And unfortunately, I had to disappoint her and tell her it's only about a specific movie called Castle Freak. And whatever happens tonight in regards to this segment of the show, everyone, if it's good, you can compliment me, I suppose. If you hate it, you blame it on Mark Vega, okay, otherwise known as Mark V. It's all his fault, okay. But if it's good, you can tell me it was good. That's all good. Okay, so let me see who else is in the house tonight with us. We've got Tom. What's up? What's up, Tom? And the Rickster giving Mara some data here that at the height of his popularity, William Castle's fan club had 250,000 members. That is pretty awesome, Rick. Wow. Pretty shocking. Good evening to you, though. Good to see you. Cat ate my homework. I'll have to watch Castle Freaks later. You should, though. You should. In a very weird way, obviously, it's hard to explain, but if you look, especially if you consider yourself like somebody who enjoys horror, the horror genre in movies, even in comics, whatever, I would say I recommend it. And I don't want to say anything else because I guess you'll hear what we're going to talk about and leave it there. But I definitely say you should watch it. Yeah, definitely. And that's saying something, given that when Mark, first popped out the idea for me to watch it, a few weeks ago in the chat, I thought he was crazy, and I thought he was gonna, waste my time in a big way. But after what, 2 or 3 consecutive weeks of him like bothering me about it in the chat, I finally decided to give in and watch it. And I've seen it twice now. That doesn't necessarily mean that I loved it, and so I had to see it again. So don't get too excited about the second watching. But I recommend. I definitely recommend. It's definitely worth a view. Anyways, we'll get into that. We'll talk about it. Who owns the Castle Freak whip prop? I don't know. Are you kind of saying that it's you, Tom? Because wow, like that would be pretty cool if you did. Whipping good. Next week's film, Humongous, a Canadian horror film. Okay. I don't know if you're being genuinely serious. I thought it was a joke, but now I'm starting to think you're being serious. I've never heard of that, so you'll have to let me know. Oh, I guess it's real. He says basically the same thing. Crazy woman as a kid. Kid grows up crazy, kills everybody. Interesting. Okay. Humongous. I'll have to, you know what, I'm going to write it down right away. Especially the way, is it spelled the right way or is it spelled the wrong way, the way you do it? Tom. Anyways, I'll check it out. Humongous. Okay. All right. Wrote that down. All right. And let me see. Humongous. Size Matters was the alternate title. Nice. The Ayatollah, a rock and roller, Tom. The movie had a crazy start, says Tom. Okay, you're talking about Humongous, I'm assuming. I want the baby prop they made for Rosemary's Baby. Well, that would cost a lot of money because that's a much more well-known movie than Castle Freak, that's for sure. Jason Ladwig, what's up, Jason? Good to see you. Jason. Hey, Rick. Happy. So, hi, Vivian in the house. Hi, honey. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting, as always. The baby prop is in a museum. Don't recall which one. There you go. I figured it had to be. If not, it would be very expensive, I would assume. Mark at the Hay, Castle Freaks. Very nice. Very nice. Good evening to you, John Brown in the house. Who's playing the role of Duchess tonight? I'll let you decide. Combs is awesome in this movie. Oh, so Combs, which one? The Castle Freaks or the Humongous? Is Humongous another thing that Jeffrey Combs did? Are you talking about Castle Freak now? You're confusing me. Good freaking evening, fellow art addicts. Nice. Yes, my pals will all come in and join me shortly after I get through saying hello to you all. There's Hart. There you go. Ian Saint. Whoa, early. Hello, all. Maybe in later, but if not, have a great night. Same to you, Ian. And let's see. Hello, Ruben. We'll talk castles and the politics. Sure. I'll talk about anything. You know that. I'll give anything a try. At least once, you know? Let's see. Thanks, Ian. We'll move on to Pee-wee's Big Adventure. You know what? I've never seen it. So we'll leave it there. There's hello from Mark. And let's get our bread and cat treats ready. Yes, exactly. Although I don't know how much we should kind of talk about it because in terms of the details, just because I don't know, people may want to see, whatever. It's an old enough movie. I guess we'll say whatever we have to say. And then, yeah, sure. If it still interests anybody, they should still check it out. It's worth checking out. So, who else? So we got Marcus in the house, of course. And we got, Newell was here. Excellent. Ahoy, ahoy. It's me, Mario. Maddox Art, indeed. Yes, this Friday. Check out Nicky B. And needs to be watching Nick's show if promoing. I can't anymore. I mean, so I never told you guys. So I only told Nick, just so you know, really quickly. The reason you don't see me in the last 4 or 5 weeks at Nick's show, it's just simply because, as I told Nick, when I first started hanging out at a show, it was because this is early kind of COVID era. He was trying to get his channel off the ground, right? Brand new channel, just like his show had like sometimes 3, 4 people watching, whatever, 12 people watching. So I thought, okay, at the time, most of the things I do in this hobby are centered around just trying to do my little small part to try to sort of, I guess, grow the hobby and do my part to try to make it, a more interesting place, in any way I can, to leave something a little more interesting behind, once I'm gone. And so that's why I started doing it. And then, you know, fast forward 4 years later, the thing is, what you guys don't know is like Friday nights used to be my night, and Vivian and Arwen, that used to be our night where we, you know, would go out usually to eat, right? And then we'd have dinner because that's how we kind of celebrated. Oh, good, the end of the week, you know, finally the weekend's here. And we would either do that or dinner and then movies, you know, whatever. But we spent Friday nights together. And at the time, I told Vivian, I was like, yeah, this is important. You know, it's like, you know, the hobby is starting to grow online now, right? Socially. And I kind of want to be a part of trying to help grow that. And I think it's important for the hobby. And so she was cool with it. You know, she understood. You know, but then a few months ago, the fact is that she reminded me, like, hey, it's been 4 years now, and it would be nice if we could kind of go back to doing what we used to do, you know? And it kind of reminded me, because it's not like I'd forgotten. It's not like I'd forgotten, but I was lost in the, I gotta be there to support, you know? I got so lost in that I kind of did forget that in doing so, I'm constantly sacrificing me and my family's time together, you know, on Friday nights. And so that's it. So I told Vivian that, yeah, like, you're right. She definitely is right. And it was a reminder to me that, yeah, I'd like to get some time back as well. And I do want to, you know, I miss, you know, having Friday night dinners and, you know, spending time with them, watching movies and stuff. So that's what I told Nick is from now on, other than once in a while, because obviously every now and then, you know, you're kind of, we might be tired or whatever, or busy with something else, and okay, we're not going to go out and have dinner or whatever, and you know, then maybe I'll be able to tune in, sure, but for the most part, you won't be seeing me much at Nikki's anymore. But of course, I'm still going to promote it here. So there you go. That's the story. Alberto, what's up? Chris Lee in the house. Yes, he will be, not in this house, but at Nikki's house on Friday. So David Barr in the house. What's up? Good day to you, David. And we got have a published page with Stingray by Chris Lee. Nice. Mara loves Chris. Nice. Okay. Nick spelled Mannix wrong on the promo. You're one to talk, Mr. I spell so many things wrong. Let me see. Hellos back and forth. Hey, it's Stingray. Yo. We got, that's not fair to Crease. We've been asking for Mannix art for months. Hey, you got best of both worlds now. Don't complain. Let's see. Good day to everybody. Oh, no, it was about Quintana. I don't know what all this talk is about Quintana. Although I will say that video I promoted for Carl's Collections channel, I just remember. Thank you for reminding me. It's not, the whole thing is not about the Batman dark patterns. A good chunk of it, yeah. But at the beginning, Carl talks mysteriously. You should all watch it. If you're not interested in Batman, don't care about dark patterns, you should still watch the beginning part of the video, because he talks all mysterious like about potential fraudulent, what's the word? What's the word when people fake bid? What's the word people use? Shill. Yeah. Potential shill bidding. And then he brought up that Quintana piece that you guys told me about at $100,000. I was like, oh, the Quintana piece was shilled. Oh, shit. And I think I got confused, but I think he tied it to like Heritage and this convention coming up in September or something, whatever. But it's very mysterious because he didn't name any names. So anyways, check it out and see what that's all about. It's again, mysterious and interesting at the same time. Kenneth Bird. What's up, Kenneth? Carl, like page design guys like Sherman and Lonergan. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, graphic design. Yeah, it's great stuff, you know. There you go, from heart. Yeah, graphic design rocks. He's a graphic designer himself, so he knows what he's talking about, especially in comics. Indeed. I've been here. That's good. That's good, Stingray. That's good. And let me see. Marcus BDSM convention in California. What's up, Murdoch? Talking about BDSM conventions. Wow, okay. Official axe throwing convention at OAX. That's what it is, the OAX. I got it. Let me see. OAX has no limitations. I only promote art shows on the same weekend it happens. Nice. He's about to have a show on a movie from the 80s. Indeed. Well, not the whole show. Not the whole show. Well, it's a segment. Let me see. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Nice. Ryan Nash in the house. What's good, Ryan? No Tingler. What's that? Holy shit. I guess you'll tell us all about Tingler. I guess that's another weird horror movie or something. Hey, what's up, Lee? Dwayne Tapane, what's good? And yeah, that's right. Remember, if you don't like it and you watch it and you don't like it, or if you don't like the topic and you blame, you know who to blame now. Scott, what's happening, Scott? Good to see you. Movies from 95. I know, and that's something else I want to make a point of once I'm going to bring the guys in. Something that related to the date. Very interesting. 13 Ghosts. Okay, there people are bringing out the OG freak. He is. Bringing out 13 Ghosts. I'm not even know what that is. Another movie? It almost sounds to me. It sounds 13 Ghosts. Right. The first thing that it evokes in my mind is actually like manga. I don't know why. Manga, they like to do ghost stuff. That's probably why. Next week we'll watch the 2020 Castle remake. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, well, that's another thing I'll bring up because it was showing for me, and then when I checked yesterday, it wasn't showing anymore. So they might have gotten rid of it, which is, I don't know, it's really weird, but it wasn't coming up when I was looking for it. But anyways, we'll talk about that. Two of us in the building, castles in the sky, just the two. Okay, you and I singing. Movies about a rich woman that beats her son for decades. Oh, baby. All right, humongous it is. I'll see if it's available. There was a remake. Indeed. It was remade by the lead actress from the 1995 Castle Freak, though. Just FYI. What up, Artie person? What's good, Robert? You have 6-hour shows. How can I waste your time? It's been a while since we did a 6-hour one, though. Hermit Style, what's good, man? And let's see, David Rubin, do you recommend the Australian movie The Castle? Of course I do. I think I made it clear last time. Australian movie, The Castle, and I even talked about what it was about. I gave a little bit of a synopsis. And yeah, it's like a dramedy. It's like comedy, but with some sort of a little bit of sadness and heartfelt kind of things that happen. You feel for this family. It's like a family of dummies, right? They're really, that's the best way to put it. They're really not intelligent, but you feel for them. Yeah, you can't help but like them and wish the best for them. But yeah, really enjoyed that movie. So I still have to rewatch it. I want to watch it with Arwen. So okay, the whip is the second best prop in the movie after the freak severed ding dong. Imagine. We never saw it though. We never saw the actual severed penis. So I don't think that I don't think they actually made one. So it's not like that prop exists. Like a knight in shining armor from a long time, just time. Okay, singing. He's in a singing mood tonight. Seymour Slots, are you buying any Death of Superman pages? I am definitely buying nothing in that lot of pages tonight that ends tonight. Definitely not. Good movie, great horror. Okay, excellent. I'll look into it, Tom. So for ding dong equals prop, you can prop. We had to come here today because I thought today was going to be the Republican rebuttal to Ruben's show last week. Nope. That's maybe on another channel. I don't know. And by the way, it wasn't a Democratic show last week. Anybody who wants to speak up can speak up. So that's it. It's for everybody all the time. Evening. What's up, Carl? Good to see you. And let's see. Hey. So all the hellos. Ruben, did you see this week's tweets? What's up, Mr. Emondo? This week's tweets, I don't know. I don't tweet. I'm not on Twitter, so I guess I did not see any of this week's tweets. Stingray, sorry, I'm late. The MAGA rally lasted longer than I thought. There you go. There you go. Sean was not happy with last week's episode, and he let me know it in the comments. You can all go to last week's episode and read his comment in the comments under the video. He's just back from the MAGA rally, so he can finally have some time to join us. That's good. That's good. Let me see. You figured out Taco and won't take the tweet seriously anymore. What? Yeah, no. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Very much so. No Kings event. Oh my God, that's funny, you guys. Look at that. Maddie's in the house. Castle Freak is a full moon features property, so part of my company's portfolio. Charlie Band is a good guy. Cool. Cool. Charlie Band, I believe, is the guy who owns the castle in the movie. Yeah. And funny enough, he's the guy who told the director when all he had was kind of like some artwork or a poster for it. And the director was interested, and Charlie Band said, well, you could use it, do whatever you want with it, but as long as it has a freak and the castle. And that's how they did the movie. That's pretty funny. Let's see what's up. Matt. Hey, Matt. Oh, hey, Sean. Amethyst post tonight. Oh, I haven't seen the art for today, so I'll check it out later. Director Stu and Gordon, it has to be a castle. Oh, there you go. Okay, Mark already. That's it. That's what happens when I'm behind. So yeah, there you go. A lot of great art posted this week, guys. Hey, Peter, having guests over. Not here quite yet. Okay. Fun serving, not root beer floats and not fried. I'm still looking to get some fried green tomatoes at some point. Whenever I next go to the States, from now on, any trip I'll take to the United States, I will ask in the neighborhood, like, if anybody makes fried green tomatoes. So the great and powerful Ruben. Hey, what's up, Lance? The great and powerful Lance Suarez. Everybody. I'm embarrassed to admit that Nick has some art that I bought a few years ago now, and he has invited me to come to a Friday show, but Friday is usually family night, so I keep putting it off. You see, another guy who understands about Fridays being family night. Got to get my act together. We'll see. Lance says hello in half an hour. Yeah, well, 9 minutes later. Okay, yeah, time's flying because you guys are talking too much. Let's see. Let me skip some more. Quintana made some more news yesterday. Okay, well, bring it up later in case I forget, guys. Bring it up later. We can talk about it. Hi, Lance. Lance. Hello. Definitely feels like market manipulation. Okay, yeah. Well, we can talk about that. Okay, so we'll do the calf. As the second topic, we'll do the calf. And that shouldn't last long, like I said, because most of you guys have already kind of done that on the Calf Plus channel. But I'll do it for a few minutes, and then we can do this whole manipulation thing. Just remind me in case I forget. Chamber of Shills, nice one. Good to chat with you at Berkeley. Yes, there's a lot of shills going on in the good. Oh boy. Some big news happening that I haven't heard of. Nick proved that there are no fake sales. Last video has no sweet page unboxing. Oh, Lee's video. Okay. Which Lee had a video? I didn't notice a video, but you mean Lee Parmenter? Well, if he did, I guess I'll catch it and I'll promote it next week, Lee. Greetings, Rich in the house. I think they're William Castleton. There you go. And 13 Ghosts. There you go. Okay. Thank you, Mara. Thank you. Very good. Nice. Okay. Hold on. Let me write it. Tingler 13 Ghosts. All right. I'll check and see if they're available. All right. Movie a 70s vibe, gauging by the preview. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you're talking about Castle Freak, I thought it was a 70s movie. Even after I watched it, I thought it was a late 70s movie. Yeah, so very interesting. Tingler. Okay, I'm going to skip the Tingler talk. Vibrating Tingler from Tom. Oh my gosh. Is that a dating app? Nice. You guys are nuts. Ruben only subscribes to Seeing Twerks. What the hell? No idea what you're talking about, even though Carl seems to understand what you're getting at. What did you think of this week's tweets? Yeah, again, what's everybody talking about tweets? Nobody, by the way, nobody on my show, I don't think it's ever mentioned tweeting before. I don't know what's up with that tonight. So yeah, nothing. I don't know nothing about tweeting. Karma Connect Superman 75 auction. It looked great. Did anyone else get one? I was in a black steel plastic bag. Nice. Sniff out desperation in those tweets. Yeah, I don't know anything about tweeting. There's a castle in the movie. I watched the White Castle movie. Yeah, baby. Hey, even if you watch the wrong movie, Peter, I can tell you watched the great one. I love that. Yes, sir. Both of them. I love them. White Castle and Guantanamo Bay. Oh my gosh. You'll learn something in the second one, the Guantanamo Bay, about a certain brand new type of sandwich you can eat. You might find it in restaurants. Let's see, Harold and Kumar. Yes, almost done posting. Oh, yes, okay. South Carolina has the best fried green tomato. Well, that's the South, right? Right. So that would be the one of the great places to get it. But I ain't gonna be too picky. Wherever they can serve it, I'll give it a shot. Busy Guide OAX. Okay. What else? Anybody been on Superman page? The Love Witch looks like a 1970s film made in 2016. Okay. Hey. Comic Art Boston, can't stay, no worries. Thank you for coming by to say hello and registering your like. Okay, all right, I've caught up. It took, 33 minutes, more than I thought. Actually, we started late, so it took 31 minutes. Tweeting refers to Donald Trump's statements on social media. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I didn't see any really much worse ones. Hey, thank you, Mike Davis in the house. All's good, bud. All's good. Thank you. Hope the same for you, man. And let's see. A catalog for Superman art. Love Witch. Weird and wonderful. Let me see. No real Trump fans know that Trump only posts on Truth Social. Okay. Hi, Cap. Okay. All right. Everybody, let's get into it because these guys have been waiting, enjoying posting from the confines of the chat, though they are in the backstage area. Let me bring him in one at a time. First, please welcome our friend who has not been here in a very, very long time. The guy who instigated the first segment of tonight's episode, Mr. Mark Vega himself, known to you as Mark V. What up, Mark?
Can't hear you. Can you hear me, Ruben?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can't hear you.
Oh. You can't hear me?
Hold on.
Okay. Interesting. Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. Let me type a message. Okay. Let me put a private.
All right.
Private message. I was just typing. Yeah. All right. And yeah. Okay. So I think he gets it. That's good. And now we will bring in the second guest for tonight. And that is my friend and yours, Hart Rykoff. What's up, Hart?
Okay, I can stop it.
Hey,
how's it going, everybody? It's good to see you guys.
Certainly not.
Good to see you, Ruben.
Yes. Gonna have some fun with this.
Well, we call it pantomime. If
Peter Rowe back in the house. The war fan, who you all know as the war fan, who has come to talk horror tonight for a little bit. And none of us knows what he's gonna say. Literally, he has not told us, either of us, anything. We have no idea what he's gonna say, and that's why I'm looking forward to seeing what the hell, how he took this movie and what he's got to say.
Can we censor Peter by chance? You put a little black bar over his mouth or something. I don't know.
All right,
because he'd be like cursing and stuff. I'm sure about that.
Hola, ¿cómo estamos, hombres? Estamos bien.
Let me see, everybody, if this has worked now, and we're going to bring Mark back in.
Mark is back.
Hope that he can hear us this time. Actually, before I do, out of curiosity, Mark, are you hearing me now? You got okay. Got the thumbs up. Should work now. Let's bring this in. Here we go. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you.
So was it just as simple as logging out and jumping back in?
Yeah, that was it. I thought you were trying to shut me down before we even started talking about Castle Freak, Ruben, but
yeah. It works sometimes, right? It's weird. I don't know what it is, but sometimes that's all it takes to fix the problem, whatever.
Yeah, today's show was just about Star Wars. We didn't want to do Castle Freak. Sorry, Mark.
No, but
What's
Thank
it been,
you.
Ruben? I think it's been, I think, 3.5 years since I was last on your show.
Yeah.
So after this, we'll probably be due for another show in
Cap.
2030 at that. All right.
Hey, it's not my fault you stay away for so long.
That's true, but I do listen to every show.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. But you're always welcome, no matter what. You can pop in anytime, whenever, right? Like you as long as you know that, I'm always happy to have you. So
Appreciate it.
no, I appreciate that you being willing to do this, and frankly, I think you owe it to me since you kind of almost forced me to watch this movie. So I think I wouldn't have done this if it wasn't with you being here to talk a bit.
I was just amusing myself by talking about Castle Freak in the chat. You took the bait, so I appreciate that. I'm glad you watched it twice. I think that says something about you.
I don't know what it says though. That's the problem. Oh, that's exactly, Cab. You see, exactly. I'm loud enough. Everybody can hear me. Mark, oh my God. See, this is why I often purposely, I'm not joking, guys. This is why I often say, when I say people's names out loud, and you might notice I sometimes will say both their actual name and their on-screen name. This is why, because somebody like Newell, there's always somebody who's going to go, Mark Vega is Mark V? Yes, there you go. This is why. This is how you try to get to know who everybody is. I know it's confusing when you only use the fake online names, right? So try to say them both so everybody can remember.
I gave Newell a lot of praise at OAX. I think I kind of admire his singular focus, and I just watched his video as well, and I appreciate that like he edited me out like every time the camera could have panned over to me. Just a masterful job. So I appreciate that, Newell.
And because you had made it known to him that you would prefer not to be on video?
Not at all. But I think it was just kind of one of those happy accidents. So I was glad not to I saw myself in some of the other Comics Den videos and other stuff. And
really?
Enough. Yeah.
Okay. I will say I must have seen one of those because I also did see you in the background of one of the videos. And I remember thinking, oh, there's Mark, but kind of like, not part of the video, obviously, but just in the background kind of thing. But boy, Cab really loves you, Hart. He keeps talking to you. Remember the show and cell you had when I really couldn't hear anything?
Yeah. It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. I don't quite remember that. Freaky Peter. Okay, gotta go now. Bye, Cab. See you later. The Geeks Don't Want No Freaks. Great show, by the way, Freaks and Geeks. I watched it when it came out. Ro knows. So let's see. Okay, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Blah blah blah. We took the Tingler bait too. Well, I'm just gonna see. Listen. When I say I'll take a look if it's available, that's not a guarantee that I'll watch it. First, I gotta see, is it available? Then I'll read the synopsis. I'll see how many, what rating IMDb gives it, and then I decide if I'm gonna watch it. So it's not a guarantee I'll watch it. So don't assume I'll take the bait.
Well, Ruben, it's a corny Vincent Price movie, so you got to watch it.
Oh, I used to enjoy Vincent Price movies. Yeah. I used to own some of them. I used to buy, back in the VHS days. I used to collect VHS, movies on VHS, and I would buy some of those like Pit and the Pendulum, and yeah. I enjoyed them. Yes, they're small, lower budget, but they're good. Go and figure it out.
What's if you go to VHS? What's VHS?
Oh, so this thing, I know you're kind
very hot vixens.
I know, because you're from my daughter's generation, Peter. I know, but I'll explain it to you after the show.
Thank you.
No worries. The Abominable Dr. Fives. I've heard of that. I know about it, but I've never seen it. White says hi, Marcus. She's a big fan, as you know, from San Diego. Nice. All right, so this is it, everybody. As I was saying. Wanted to start off tonight's show with a little discussion on the movie Castle Freak. And if you've never seen of it or heard of it, as I said earlier, if you enjoy horror movies, definitely you should check it out. If nothing else, I think you'll be surprised about certain things and you'll find it interesting or certain things interesting. Yeah, there's certain things that happen in there that took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting. I will say that the only reason we're decided to pick this movie to do tonight, or I did, is because for those of you who weren't here several weeks back, I don't know, maybe a month ago, we had been talking on a particular episode. A lot of it, we were talking about suggestions on war movies, right? And Peter was with me in the studio at that time. And in the middle of that show, Mark spit out the words Castle Freak. He said, watch Castle Freak or something like that. And I was like, what the hell are you talking? Well, like, what's that? It doesn't sound like a war movie, you know. And he didn't say anything about it. He just kept his mouth shut. Then in the next show, the next episode, next time we talked movies again, he once again started, you know, putting a little comment about, oh, Castle Freak. Did you watch Castle Freak? And I'm like, what are you talking about? You never told me why I should watch Castle Freak. Tell me what it's about and why I should watch it, and then maybe I'll consider it. And again, he kept his mouth shut, didn't say much. And finally, again, the last time we talked about movies, again, Castle Freak. I'm like, God damn it. Okay. So finally, I got so curious. I took the bait, and I was like, okay, I'm going to give this a shot. And that's it. And those of you who were here, I think it was last week or the week before. I think it was the week before last. Mark popped in, and he was like, he's like, because I said, oh, I finally watched Castle Freak. I watched Castle Freak. And Mark couldn't wait to know that the burning question, he had a burning question, and he you may have remembered seeing a question about, did he, I don't even think he used the word, but did he cut it off himself? Or, you know, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. But anyways, so that's it. So that's why we're doing this tonight. Again, for those of you who've come in late, we will talk about comic art related stuff. It's not an all movie episode, okay? But just give some time to talk about Castle Freak here, and and then we'll segue into some comic art related stuff. Okay. So I guess the first thing we should talk about here, you know, you guys, for everybody who's not familiar, let me just quickly show you this. If you, in case don't remember what you saw, here we go. All right, so in the background, that's me. You know, I didn't forget to put myself with the fellas. I was behind them. I didn't want to take all the attention away. So that's me behind Peter, of course, and behind Hart is the lead actress for this movie. But no, of course, I joke, and that is the Castle Freak on the rear left. Okay. And so basically, Mark, what I'd like to start out with, I thought it would be the best way to start this off is to say, yeah, in that chat about war movies, we were really going hard on war movies. I got to know, first of all, what made you even think, much less pop out the comment like, oh, I'm just going to randomly pop in this low budget horror film when everybody's talking about war movies. I have to know.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what it was.
Okay.
I think somebody, it might have been David in the chat, mentioned The Castle, right?
Yes.
I don't know if that's a war movie.
Castles, yeah.
And I think my exact comment was, I think the best Castle movie is Castle Freak. And it's one that has stuck in my mind for 30 years. Not because it's like an especially great movie, right? It was just one of those ones where you go to the video store and like you go to the horror section specifically, and like almost a full row is taken up by Full Moon Features productions. So, you know, there's Castle Freak, there's Doll Man, there's Demonic Toys, there's Doll Man versus Demonic Toys, and kind of like just this whole range of movies, right? And I think, you know, you watch one and then you sort of like, oh, you know, I'll watch another one. And so eventually I worked my way to Castle Freak. There's like a precursor for Castle Freak. It's kind of based on an H.P. Lovecraft story, The Outsider, that I have read back in the day. So as soon as I started watching Castle Freak, you know, I connected the two in my mind. But, you know, it's one of those ones where it's incredibly low budget, right? We know it was filmed, you know, in the castle owned by the producer. It just kind of, you know, I think it kind of transcends its low budgetness, right? It's kind of lurid, you know, there's a ton of gore, you know, some kind of, extreme situations. But, you know, I've always kind of had a fondness for it, not because it's like, you know, it's not one of those like top 100 type films, right?
Right.
I think it's just kind of solid, well-produced B movie, right? That has kind of, you know, it has like elements of generational trauma, right? You know, shitty parents with, you know, the Duchess and Jeffrey Combs as the dad. And so like, it's a little bit more than just kind of like a standard throwaway horror movie that you might get on VHS. And I've always appreciated it for that. it kind of holds. It's not quite on the same level as Reanimator, right? That's probably my favorite Stuart Gordon movie. Probably the best thing that he ever did.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
um,
I knew
we
that.
can talk about that later. Well, let's stick with Castle Freak for now, but I think we can talk about Reanimator
Yeah.
later, which I
Yeah.
think is kind of it's a funnier movie. I think that and From Beyond are a little bit more campy than Castle Freak is. Castle Freak is kind of just like on the nose, pretty much. But yeah, I've always kind of liked it. I've just kind of, it's one of those things that sticks in my mind. Anytime I hear the word castle, I automatically put freak behind it. So that's that.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate that. So everybody, just as a reminder, if you're wondering why Peter is here with us tonight, well, as I had mentioned earlier, for those of you who came in late, Peter was, when Mark had kind of put that post in the chat about Castle Freak, I noticed that nobody, I guess had seen it before because nobody had reacted to Mark's post. And the only guy who kind of reacted was Peter and kind of asking something about it, like, "Oh, what's that?" Or I forget what you had said, Peter, but you reacted to it, in a very nonchalant way. And I was like, okay, so Peter's like the only other guy who even just sort of asked about it. And so I was like, okay, so let me ask Peter privately to watch it, and if he wants, he can come here and I'll talk about it with Mark, and so I appreciate you doing that, obviously, Peter. And for those of you wondering why Hart is back here to talk about this tonight, it's simply because after that episode, so Hart emailed me and he says, "Hey, I just watched your episode on Rewind or whatever. Yeah, I love Castle Freak, man." Oh, he starts telling me what a big fan he was of Castle Freak. I was like, "What? You know it, and you're a huge fan?" Okay, I said I'm thinking about doing this segment on the show this coming week or whatever. And Mark's going to come on, and I think at that time Peter, I believe he's going to come on. So since you've seen it and it's your one extra guy who not only knows about it but also has a strong like for it, come on and talk about it if you want. And he made the time, and that's why he's here. So I appreciate that from you as well, Art. So.
Thanks. And I came the same way as Mark did by watching all those Full Moon production stuff like Doll Man and Trancers, and it's a whole line.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about Trancers, Hart.
Yes, Trancers is awesome.
That's our own show.
Jack Death is
right
the
there.
best. That's right. Sorry, we're going to geek out a little bit. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. So I do want to mention what Mark had mentioned, because it's worth mentioning, given that this is such at least with this crew here, with the live chat crew and us in the studio, we're familiar with it now. But really, it seems like it was a low enough budget movie, because it did go straight to, I did my research, it did go straight to video in '95. So it's unknown enough, that I figured, okay, it's worth telling people what Mark had mentioned, which is that if you guys know anything from the 80s era, mid 80s movies, you may not know, obviously, this Castle Freak from '95. But if you remember, if you're like, we're all kind of similar aged. If you were watching a lot of movies back in the '80s, you would remember maybe Reanimator, like a low budget sci-fi movie, and that's the same director and the same actors. Well, the lead actors, as in Castle Freak. What that was, 8 years later or something like that. So there you go. If there's any connection we can make to anything else that we can connect it to Castle Freak, it's that. Yeah, it's the Reanimator thing. So that's probably the best thing you would, if you know anything connected to it, it would be Reanimator. But yeah, so I wanted to say that so Castle Freak. So I start watching it. I watch it, and overall, let me say overall. So overall, when I first watched it, after the first viewing, I was like, what the, like, actually, while I was viewing it, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on here?
Did you
Like,
feel any tingling down below by chance?
I was like, what's happening? Like, oh my God,
I kind of wish you had just watched it the one time, Ruben. Then we could have gone with that reaction. That would have made for really. You watched it the second time, though.
But the one of the reasons I watched it the second time is because of that question you posted in that last show about what. Okay, just tell me. You were like, just tell me. Okay, just tell me. What do you think? Did he cut it off himself? Tear it off himself? And so I was like, you know what? Just for that, let me go look at it again and see how it happens again. So that was part of the reason I wanted to rewatch it. So I guess it's a quick synopsis, everybody. An American couple with a blind daughter, okay, a teenager. I don't know. She looks potentially 17-ish, okay. She's blind. They used to have a 5-year-old son, I guess, I don't know, several years earlier, I guess it was. But the man in the relationship, the dad, he ended up driving drunk. Although alcohol wasn't necessarily the cause, if you watch it, he was distracted by his son in the back seat who dropped his video game and unbuckled himself to try to reach for it. And the dad driving saw him in the rearview mirror, and he started, hey, get back, get yourself strapped back in or whatever. And then when he looked back forward again, and it was night, and at nighttime raining, an oncoming truck made him swerve off the road, whatever. There was an accident. Anyways, he caused his son's death and his daughter's blindness in that accident, okay? So the movie starts, and so the couple and the blind teenage daughter arrive in Italy at this castle because they tell him he has become the heir or whatever. He's the only heir, and he's inherited this castle and all of the possessions inside it. And how do I do it in a quick way? So they decide that they decide they want to sell it and just get the money out of it. They don't want to start living there or keeping the castle as a second home or anything, And so they instruct the Italian lawyer guy, look at how, go take a look at how fast you can get, help me get rid of this castle. Help me sell it as fast as possible. And so in the meantime, they decide they're going to stay there for a little while, and live there. And so everybody goes to bed. People start hearing childlike crying, typical horror movie stuff, right? Like human voice, right? You can't really tell what it is, but it seems like it's human crying, whatever. So the daughter goes investigating. She's the one who's woken up by it. She goes and investigates, and of course, but it's hard. I've never been good because I don't want to give too much detail, so it's hard to kind of do this, but. They do a flashback, right? They do a flashback where she goes down into the dungeon, and of course she's blind, so she doesn't really see what's obviously going on. She's just touching, feeling, whatever. She knows she's in a big castle, that's all, right? But she goes into this dungeon area, and there's the castle freak is inside the dungeon, behind the door. And ultimately, she ends up, going back. She falls down, hurts herself, whatever, but then she goes back, to the main part of the castle. But we know that there's like this freaky, somebody's alive in there, right? Chained, and you can see he's chained to the wall. And then we see flashbacks, right? We see flashbacks to an old lady, because they say that the castle was previously owned by a duchess, okay, royalty. And so we see flashbacks of this old lady, but she doesn't look like a duchess. But anyways, they show her walking down into the dungeon, and she goes into the dungeon room, right, where this person seems to be chained to the wall, and not to feed him, but to whip him. So she has a cat of nine tails. If you guys know what that is a big long whip with a whole bunch of different ropes and things, whatever, and whatever, starts beating the crap out of him. So you're wondering, well, who is that, and why the hell would she be so vicious and beat the crap out of this thing? And it's very clear that this person has been there for ever, seemingly forever, because, you know, the long, scraggly hair, dirty, the body's really beaten up looking, you know, bloodied and scarred and stuff. And that's pretty much all we know. And then whatever. So that's it. That's the end of the flashback, whatever. So anyways, to fast forward, basically, you keep hearing these noises at different times. Ultimately, I'm going to skip through a lot, but ultimately the castle freak, who's the person living there chained up, frees himself. I won't tell you how. He's been chained, but you know, you watch it. That's one of the interesting parts. So you can see how he frees himself. And obviously starts to haunt the castle, starts to move around the castle and, you know, sneak into the teenage girl's room and, you know, doing things like that or whatever, scaring the crap out of her, blah, blah, blah. Again, don't take my synopsis for it. Just take my recommendation that it's much more interesting a watch than I make it sound. Take my word on that. But there's a whole bunch of things that happen. And like I said, it's a low budget, $500,000 production, believe it or not. I mean, obviously you guys have never seen it, so you have no choice but to believe it. But if you watch it, I will say this. It had this appearance of a 1970s movie. And I literally thought I had watched a 1970s movie. And it wasn't until a week later when I decided, let me check that movie out again, that I started looking it up online, and I saw it was listed as 1995. And I was like, oh, they made a mistake. You know, they put a 9 instead of a 7 or something, you know? And a little bit more looking, and I go back to the TV to look at it again. I was like, it looks like it's okay. At the very least, early 80s, something like that. Like, I don't know. It just the film has that kind of a look to it. But no, a little more research indicated it was, in fact, a 1995 straight-to-video release. But I guess that's maybe part of the fact of having a low budget. It kind of has that look. I don't know why it has that 70s look. But even Peter, when I asked Peter, do you want to watch it and come and talk about it with us? He said to me, hey, I see there's 2 castle freaks. One is from the 70s and the other one is a like modern or whatever, contemporary. Which one should I watch? You know? Yeah. So that's that. But wanted to say that $500,000 budget, and the acting, believe it or not, even though it's a low budget movie and the actors are basically low budget horror film type actors, in this particular movie, I will say the acting is actually quite good, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk about it tonight, because, you know, I to be fair to it, you know, it was freakish and everything, the movie, but there was, given the low, it has I think a 5.9 rating on IMDb, and I thought it was much better than its rating. I would like to say it's at least a solid 7 in terms of just my overall enjoyment. Okay. And some of the things that they put in there, which was kind of shocking, and taking into account what they were able to do with $500,000. Filmed in Italy, by the way. So they had to fly the cast and crew and all the equipment to Italy and then film it all for $500,000, you know. So I think it's very impressive in that sense. And I will say also, yes, as any typical lower budget horror film goes, there are certain, I don't know if you call them, I don't know what the exact terminology is. Not a plot hole, but like, I guess it's a plot hole. But like when you're, you know, for a quick example, when the castle freak is roaming the castle at night, and he goes and he moves and he slowly goes into the teenage girl's bedroom. Okay, eventually he gets scared off and he runs out the door. I would say not 2 seconds of actual film footage later, the teenage girl's parents come running into the room through that same door like, oh my God, are you okay? Because she's screaming, right? She's frightened. Oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay? And I'm just like, what? Like, he literally walked out that same door. How did you not cross paths in the hallway a second ago? You know, so things like that. Is that called plot point, or is that more like just
Well, I think they're doing it for a frugality. They're trying to save money too. You know, cutting and reshooting adds money to the film, right? So
Yeah.
The fewer
I
sets
think
they
your
have,
little
right? I mean,
that
I
little
think the easier-
pinpoint is correct, but it's also, I think, just the director saying, "Okay, keep going, don't stop," you know, that kind of thing.
okay? And
Mark, what do you say?
sorry, what did you say, Mark?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with Hart here, right? There's very few sets in the movie, right? You know, like we don't see any kind of wide angle shots. Most everything is shot within interiors, right? This is not a movie where it has complicated camera setups, right? It's a movie where it's like, you know, here's one scene, you know, it's not too complicated, you know, we're just going to go with that and move on to the next scene. So, yeah, no, it's definitely not something where, you know, they thought about, you know, oh, here are the parents 2 seconds after the castle freak leaves, right? You know, they moved up. They were already moving on to the next scene after that, Ruben.
I would like to add something. Your question, sorry, Ruben. You know the question that you got posed by Mark, if the guy did cut his own thing? I have an answer for that, but I'll wait.
Oh, we'll get to that.
So,
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll get to that.
Wait, it's not the sausage the Duchess is carving?
Yes, exactly. That's coming to it's a symbolizing something.
Yeah, so just to let everybody know, so they don't feel too lost at the near the beginning on one of those flashbacks.
They should have all watched the movie. Come on, man.
Ruben, you didn't cover the Duchess, you know, who died, right, and passed along the castle to Jeffrey Combs's character. She has been keeping this son in this room for 42 years.
Yeah, but I don't want to spoil that part. I was trying to avoid saying that.
Well, yeah, but that's the first part of the movie. So
yeah, that's the intro where she's cutting sausage and taking it down to him with the cat o' nine tails.
But you don't know who that is at that time. They don't reveal that that's her son.
I mean, if you watch horror movies, you know kind of where the plot goes. You know, it's always the wicked mother and the son
but still, they reveal it later, whatever. Anyways, okay, now you spoiled it, but that's okay. But yeah, so whatever. There's a scene at the beginning before. It's that same scene I described where she goes down to visit the thing chained in the dungeon. Right. But before she goes down, they show her slicing some Italian sausages. And I absolutely, just so you guys if you're wondering, I absolutely do think that part of the scene is what do you call it? Foreshadowing?
Yeah.
I absolutely know that. Yeah, that's what I think. Right?
Well, she had already done it, right? So it's just the sausage being shown.
Yeah,
right.
Even if it's not the freak's ding dong, the link is there. The connection is there. They want you to think that is something related to later when you see the stump on the freak. There's a connection there. So,
Peter, do you have anything to add?
Hold on. I'm going to get to Peter in a second. Yeah. So there's a scene, everybody, where the castle freak is attacking another person. I'll try to keep as vague as I can to leave some surprises for
female.
For those of you who want to watch. And he's attacking that person, and the camera pans onto him, and from top down, slowly pans down because he's naked, but he wears like a diaper, like a Tarzan thing. What do you call those things?
Loincloth
kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. And in the scene as they pan it down, he's not really like wearing it, or maybe he's wearing it, but it's open or something, and you can see he's got the cojones, but hanging, but he's missing the schlong, and you're like, what the hell?
What's a schlong?
So we're like, I was just like, what?
A schwanze?
And of course, I'm thinking this freak is like, not in its right mind. So I'm like, did he do that to himself? And then, because I had forgotten about the Duchess, cutting the sausage upstairs earlier, right? I hadn't been thinking about that, and I was like, did he do that to himself? Or again, because he's in a dungeon. The Duchess has died. Again, another plot hole. The Duchess has died, but it's never explained how long ago exactly it's been since she's been dead, right? Which is kind of weird because you think, well, the castle freak should have died as soon as she stopped going down to feed him a little bit of food every day,
They
you know?
showed a scene of her kind of decomposing, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
it looked like maybe a week, right? I think
Yeah.
that's kind
I
of the
figured,
amount of time.
I figured. I
But
figured.
who was the one?
the
Like, she had been
housekeeper
living by
kinda showed
herself
up, right?
for she had been living by herself for years, right?
Right,
Who's checking on her? That's what I want to know,
right,
right?
right.
It's like who's checking? Like, yeah. Anyway,
Well,
Yeah,
there was that one maid, right? The house
yeah,
person.
but who hadn't been there since she was very young. So I
cook.
still
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
The cook had said, yeah, she had mentioned to the family, yes. Oh, yes, I worked for her when I was young. I was her cook or whatever,
Oh,
or
okay.
maid
Yeah,
or whatever. Yeah. But
I
only
was
when
just connected that as the plot point right there. That she found the body. So
Look at Tom. Tom hasn't seen it, but he's going to look around for tidbits about it. It's Giorgio. Yes, that's the Castle Freak's name. Yes, it's Giorgio.
Ruben, do you
That's
also
funny.
want to share a little bit of context? So
Yeah.
after this accident with Jeffrey Combs, right? He's had this distracted driving accident. He's on the outs with his wife, right? So there's so much tension between Jeffrey Combs and his wife and daughter. That
Yes.
is part of the movie, right? I think
Yeah.
I think that sets up the end, right? We won't talk about the end right now, but I think that kind of journey that he's on, right? And I'm talking about this like this is a serious movie. It's Castle Freak, but I think kind of that's what makes it, just a little bit better than than it probably should be.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if I should go forward. Okay, you know what? So because Peter, what I wanted to kind of get from you actually is spend a few minutes and kind of like, give us the whole.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Give us the whole. Okay, I asked you to watch it. You kind of asked about it. Now I told you, watch it and come on the show with us. You're a war guy, but first tell us, have you ever been into the horror genre at all, or is that something you've never really been a fan of?
Horror is not my genre, but I have seen a few horror movies.
Okay, fair enough.
I saw Weapons, for example.
Okay, which one? Sorry.
I think it's called Weapons.
Oh, the recent one. Wow, yeah. What did you think of it?
Oh, it was pretty scary.
Yeah. I thought it was great.
I thought it was pretty good. Very scary.
Yeah. Glad. Happy.
I'm a scaredy cat, so I close my eyes several times.
That's okay. I mean, it's not your genre. That's why you don't like it, because you get scared, right?
Yeah. Amy Madigan. I had no idea. I saw her and I go, that can't be Amy Madigan.
I know. Me too. I didn't know she was in the movie, so I'm looking at it. I looked at it, and halfway through the movie, I'm like, you know what? That fucking clown. She looks that clown. She looks like what's her face? She looks like Amy Madigan, and I didn't think it was her. I just thought, oh, it kind of looks like her. And then only after I finished watching at the movie and I came home, I started looking up online. Oh my God, it is Amy Madigan.
You're talking about Weapons, right?
Yeah, Weapons. Yeah.
Awesome movie. Yeah.
Movie. So just because Peter just mentioned that he's not a horror guy, he hasn't seen many, but he saw Weapons, and I said, okay. I asked him, oh, what did you think? So he liked it. Yeah. Okay, but getting back to Castle Freak here. So you haven't seen much horror. It scares you. That's excellent. That makes me even
war
happier.
doesn't.
It makes me even happier that you were willing to check this Castle Freak thing out. And my God, like, for a guy who hasn't seen a lot of horror, like, what a freakish movie to get you to try out, because I grew up on horror, right? So for me, it still kind of surprised me. Okay, some of the stuff, right? I was like, what the? Whoa, So for somebody like yourself who has not been a big horror guy his whole life, I gotta know, like, well, okay, just give us your thoughts. Just start wherever you want to start. Say whatever you want to say. I want to know what you were thinking at the time and what you were feeling, what thoughts were going through your head as this was happening,
I respect everybody's opinion. I was going, oh my God, what Ruben gotten me into? I'm watching it and I'm going, oh my Lord, what's going on? She's cutting cutting a sausage, but maybe and it's disgusting. And I'm going, oh my God. And who is this freak? And I'm going, oh, just the beginning of it goes, oh, geez, what am I in for? Hour and a half of torture. Well, there's some you see some Italian landscape, and I go, oh, some Italian landscape. This could be maybe it's going to be a little better.
Yeah.
No.
No.
So that was the reaction that was the reaction I was hoping Ruben was going to have. So that's good to know. I didn't realize you were going to like it so much, Ruben. But...
No, listen.
Ruben owes me an hour and a half of time somewhere.
Well, I do. I have already paid you back because I've slowly been making my way through, a lot of that list that's in the living room, the list of the war movies, So I'm paying you back that way. I'm watching, I've already watched a few. And so at some other time, another movie focused episode, we'll eventually get to it, and I'll tell you a little bit about what I thought about some of those war movies.
Right. We're not gonna. Yeah. So overall, I gave it like a rating of 3, but I'm pretty harsh on movies. So going, I'm very harsh. So my grades, my ratings will always be at least 2 points below the average. The average viewer.
Yeah.
Because when she was, for example, the tears on the blind girl's face looked like super glue. And then when she's roaming around the castle, when her dad is looking through this album, they're supposed to be inventorying stuff, and he's looking through this family album.
Yeah.
She sort of walks off. I mean, I'm going, she walks off for a very long time.
Yeah.
Are you telling me he didn't notice that? And then she goes downstairs. She's a blind girl. She's going downstairs. And I'm going, what are you, crazy? I mean,
she's like Daredevil, Peter. She's got sensory things. She's got radar sense.
Okay. Well, juicy rationalizations.
Yeah, I should say to people, for those of you who listening, watching, who may think, okay, I'll give it a try. I think it's only fair that I also mention, because some of you are willing to do it, but maybe reluctantly, especially if you're not typically a horror person. I do want to say, it's only fair as a fair warning. There are also, again, when I mentioned that there were scenes that made even me go like, holy shit, what the hell? There is, okay, it's horror, so there's going to be violence. It's horror, so there's going to be nudity of some kind, so whatever. But there's also some scenes of sexual violence that are one in particular. So it's like, it's if you don't, So just be warned, and it's pretty graphic and looks pretty.
Peter watched those twice.
Pretty realistic, yeah.
Just to make sure it was there,
Yeah. Very realistic, actually, especially given the
part of
budget.
the movie.
Yes, exactly. You gave a 10 rating on that part. Everything else is a 3.
Just want to say really quick, Tom, I saw Sleepaway Camp in 1983. Thank you very much. So go ahead.
About the film, one kind of plot hole or plot line that wasn't developed at all was when the father looks at the crypt, the son's crypt,
right,
of the Duchess, and the picture on the crypt looks like his son,
right,
and that isn't really followed up very much.
Yeah,
because you would think that if he thinks the Duchess's son is still alive and that son is the freak, wouldn't he have some kind of sympathy for the freak in some fashion? Because it resonates because of his son.
Well,
then
but I thought that the where they were going with that, I was thinking, oh, is this going to suddenly go into almost sci-fi horror where now they're going to say, oh, the spirit of his son is inside the freak? That's what I thought they were going to do.
Incarnation, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
didn't think that, Mark?
I thought that would also be the case. And
Okay.
that didn't come out, and it was sort of like it was a dropped plot line. And then, but I went after that, I went and watched Reanimator.
Okay.
Now, I had seen the intro to Reanimator a while ago. I liked Reanimator better than Castle Freak.
Good job.
Okay, I got to tell you guys, I had never seen Reanimator. I came close many times over the 4 whatever plus decades since it came out, but because I always saw that poster and it's the guy in the lab coat, to me that's science, and I'm not a science fiction guy. That's what always kept me from watching it, you know. But now learning that the Castle Freak was, oh, this is the same guy who did Reanimator. I was like, oh, let me check if Reanimator is available on streaming. And it was. I was like, okay, whatever. Let me just check out Reanimator. So I then watched Reanimator. And then after Reanimator, I got to say, I learned that there was this other lesser-known movie back then in the 80s called From Beyond, another science fiction thing or whatever. And I was like, oh, again, the same director, same lead actors. So I was like, okay, it's streaming. I'll watch that one too. So I watched that one too. But I gotta say, I guess I'm the lone wolf out here, guys. To me, after when I watched Reanimator, I was like, as I was watching it, I'm like, nah, I can't believe that, because I remember it being, like a very cult classic type movie. So even though it was low budget, people knew about Reanimator. They knew the name at least. And as I'm watching it, I'm just like, no, come on, how can this have been such a well-known sort of sci-fi movie back in the mid '80s and onward, and I never heard of Castle Freak? Castle Freak is, to me, it's they play it straight. I just feel it's well done. All the plot holes aside, it's crafted pretty damn well, especially for $500,000. Whereas Reanimator, I will grant you, I am not a big fan of satire or over the top, anything that's over the top. So over the top comedy when they try too hard for the laughs, or over the top horror where the killing is now somebody's, let's say, stabbing somebody else, and they make it look like, oh, the intestines are flying everywhere, like over the top kind of thing, right?
I call that dark comedy.
Yeah,
to me that's dark comedy.
I don't know, but anyways,
I like that.
I have to say, for me, the Reanimator is more of like, that should be the 5.9 that Castle Freak has. And like I said, I enjoyed Castle Freak, as disturbing as it may be. I give that one like a nice solid 7, because I do think it was entertaining enough. And Reanimator was a bit of a kind of disappointment. Although for anybody, and I'm sure many of you quietly watching in the audience will not admit out loud, but I'm sure you will admit to yourselves in here, you enjoy those low-budget horror movies when they have the boobies flying around, right? So the Reanimator, you get to see Barbara Crampton, the lead actress in all these movies we're mentioning. She shows her bits in that one. But in Castle Freak, she's played completely straight, very respectful mother. You don't see nothing from her there.
She reveals once.
Huh?
She reveals once.
No, she starts to try to distract the Castle Freak from attacking the daughter. She starts saying, "Come and get me, come and get me," and she unbuttons her shirt and shows her bra, but that's it. Unless you're talking about another scene that I missed.
No,
but I don't.
well, maybe yeah.
That was it.
I thought
if that's the scene, yeah, she doesn't show anything. It's just a bit of the bra,
okay.
open shirt. Yeah.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
Peter. He freeze framed that just to make sure.
But just so the rest of you who have not seen Reanimator, I'll point out for Reanimator, if you want to catch Reanimator, there's a scene where she's lying on a table, right? Remember, it's like lab experiments and whatever. They got her lying on a table. There's a headless character who is like alive. The head's on the table. The body's fondling Barbara Crampton's boobs while she lies on the table, while his severed head that's sitting on the table is like looking over at what's happening and going like, basically salivating and getting all hot and bothered by like really over the top craziness in that one. But these guys love that better than the Castle Freak. I don't know.
Well, Castle Freak you're right. It has a very straight acting direction. It's played very straight. It's a horror movie, and there's this creepiness, there's this suspense, and it just builds and builds and builds. The Reanimator and From Beyond, they're high and low. They got the high points, low points all over the place. So yes, you're correct. If you're a aficionado for movies, you'd probably like Castle Freak more rather than the goofy dark comedy stuff that those Reanimator, Bridal Reanimator, From Beyond, and all the other ones that came around, even Ghoulies, things like that.
Right.
They're all just campy, but to each his own.
Yeah, no, for sure. The to each his own on any bit of entertainment of any kind, so.
You gave your context for you prefer when it's kind of like straight down the middle, right? Not too extreme in a lot of different directions. I think that's one of the reasons why I like movies like Reanimators, that they can kind of have those curveballs, those highs and lows. So yeah, I think kind of those elements I think make me kind of appreciate it more than Castle Freak, right? Castle Freak, it's good for what it is. I think Peter, pointed out there's lots of stuff that isn't followed up on, right? They could have done a lot more with certain parts. But yeah, I think, Reanimator is what it is. It's kind of like, 90 minutes of just kind of horror comedy kind of thrown into the mix. And I think that's kind of why I like it a little bit more than Castle Freak.
Okay.
And one of the things about we mentioned From Beyond. From Beyond is my favorite out of the three. Okay.
Oh, really? Wow.
It's because it's a really good body horror movie, and it reminds me of the manga artist Junji Ito.
Yeah.
If anybody knows that.
I know the name.
His work, it's that body horror stuff that's really comes out in From Beyond, because they do a lot of real special effects, and that's what I want to see. I don't want to see CGI. I'm getting tired of CGI. Honestly, it's pretty abysmal to me to watch a movie like that. But yeah, From Beyond, everything was done for real. They did real latex and blood and all this stuff. They showed junk and bits and pieces of people's flesh all over the place. Yes, but it was also a really visually great movie, because if you watch Reanimator and you see they use the color green because it's the reagent of the in the movie, the little vial that turns people from death to life. Whereas in From Beyond, they use this magenta pink color scheme to give it a otherworldly kind of thing, which is like Lovecraftian stuff. So I like that. It's like you can see both sides of that those movies by just their color content. And being a graphic designer, I look at that, so.
From what I noticed, that looking on IMDb and kind of following and seeing what other movies that they had done, this director and the two lead actors, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, what something
we were talking about color and the two different Reanimator and From Beyond.
Something you just finished saying. It kind of
color scheme.
No, not the color.
Designer, parts of designer. Something.
I'm an idiot too, but that's besides the
point. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But I don't know. I guess again, different strokes for different folks. Like I always say, I think, from Beyond again, I was like, whatever. Like it's okay to me. It's like that one and the Reanimator kind of go together, whatever. I still do like Castle Freak better, in spite of its problems. And Alberto, there are boobies in Castle Freak. It's just not the lead actress who shows them. And the reason we said that is because the lead actress in the other movies she has done typically does show herself. That's why. Yeah, so there you go. But I need to appreciate genres other than horror. Who says I don't? The Human Centipede fun horror film. Okay, I heard about that and I was like, no, that's just no.
That's next week.
It's wrong. No, not gonna do that one. Freaked has Alex Winter. Very cool movie with body horror. Okay.
Oh, I do want to add something. When you mentioned in the beginning, Ruben, about the film Castle Freak looking older than it is,
yeah,
I think they were going for a back in the 70s. There was a director, Giallo or something like that, that did like these satanic blood slasher movies that were really grainy and some.
It's like I think you're thinking of Argento. Like, I mean, I think that's kind of the style of filmmaking, right?
That's
Dario Argento.
Yeah.
Dario Argento, like Suspiria, kind of these heavily stylized color schemes. That's right on it. It kind of has that. It seems like it's going for something like that,
and that gives it, I think, credibility in a more serious tone, rather than Reanimator and From Beyond being nothing like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's. I just remember what I was going to say before. That I noticed in reading up on these movies that it seems like a lot of them were based on H.P. Lovecraft's stories.
Very loosely.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But I mean, I thought that was interesting. That I guess it was the director who was the fan of Lovecraft and decided to, hey, let me try to do kind of stories based on that or whatever. I was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. I also do find it very interesting and fun that several of the guy's movies, he does get Jeffrey Combs and Barbara Crampton, right, the lead male and female leads, to keep coming back for the leads for the other movies. That's also kind of fun to see, see them all.
She's kind of wasted in Castle Freak, I have to admit. Barbara Crampton.
Yeah, I agree.
I do think kind of in Reanimator, she gets a better role than she does. I mean, she's just kind of like in the back.
Come on, Mark.
In
It's
Castle
just
Freak.
because she's wasted. You're saying that because deep down subconsciously, she doesn't get wasted in Castle Freak.
Well, hold on. There's a flip with Reanimator. She is the girlfriend of the roommate of Jeffrey Combs' character.
Right.
And she's not bubbleheaded. She's a student, but she has a less straightforward character like Combs and the other characters. But in From Beyond, they switch it where she is a psychiatrist, and she's in a role of a position of power, and she is the one that takes command of the situation. So I like that when she was playing one role and then she flipped on the next movie for a different, better role.
I mean, these movies are getting produced within a 10-year time span, right? And she's playing characters. She's playing a college student in one.
Yeah.
Almost 40-year-old mother in the other one. Probably mid-30s psychiatrist. So, no, she's great. I mean, she's still active. Like, if you look at her Instagram, doesn't look that much different. Strangely enough,
really. I haven't looked. I got to look at it.
There you go. That's the research for later on. But no, she's great. I mean, I think she took a lot of time off after mid 90s or so, like early 2000s. And then she only recently came back, started producing movies. So yeah, she's still active, and it's good to see that she's still out there.
What about Combs? Is Combs working, or is he?
He's always working, that dude.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think I mean it's probably not. It's probably horror movies. He was in Star Trek, one of the Star Treks, for a long time.
See, I didn't realize that until Tom mentioned it in the chat that he was in Deep Space Nine, and I had no clue because it was all that prosthetics, and then it just clicked on me.
I freaked out when I saw that comment. I was like, "What? He was in a Star Trek?"
Sorry, Mark, didn't mean to cut you out.
I think he had like a long-term role in that, right? He was on for multiple episodes. Right?
Yeah, he was a villain.
He was on Enterprise as an Andorian.
Let me quickly, just because it's happening live here in the audience in the chat. Newell says Barbara Crampton was also in Chopping Mall, one of my favorite '80s horror movies. I gotta tell you guys, Mark, because you sent me to do this with the Castle Freak, and then I started watching all the other movies related to it, by the same director and lead actors. Then it got me into a little bit of a down the rabbit hole situation, and I did see it. I was like, oh, let me see what other crappy little horror movies do they have here?
Crappy, I take offense to that, Ruben.
And I saw this one that I'd never heard of called what Newell says, Chopping Mall. I'm like, oh, it's free. Oh, they're at the mall. What's this about? Oh, there's like
axe throwing.
It takes place. It's like a horror movie, but it's a little bit of sci-fi in that the shopping mall, tries to convince the store owners that we're gonna get these 3 robots, and they basically roll around after hours through the mall, protecting the stores. In case anybody breaks into the mall and wants to steal shit from their stores or whatever. And these robots roll around, and they're equipped with like guns and lasers and all kinds of firepower, whatever,
No liability issues there.
No, that's it. That's
friendly
it.
for kids of all ages.
And the whole movie is basically about these teenagers who work at 2 or 3 different stores in the mall. They decide, I guess that's what they used to do for fun is, when the mall closes, they're going to stay at the store and hang out and, just basically neck and make out with their girlfriends or whatever. And then the premise is that these 3 robots, of course, what could possibly go wrong? The 3 robots, I guess they go evil, and they start shooting and killing everybody, like the security guard, the mall security, and all the kids in the end. So crazy, stupid movie. Newell's favorite from the '80s. I don't understand that one, but you must have been a little kid, Newell. So I'll give that one to you. Watch it again now as an adult, please.
Yeah. So anybody in support of AI should watch Shopping Mall.
Yeah, and
this is the dangers of AI.
Yes. But he's right though. Barbara Crampton, again, same lead actress from all the other movies we talked about. She was in she's not the lead, but she's one of the actresses in Chopping Mall. So if you end up liking her, there's something to like about her. I kind of she's not like overly hot, like where you're like, oh yeah, this is a hottie. I can't wait to see her naked in this movie. It wasn't one of those, but she was very pretty. She just had a nice look to her about her, I found, and so it's like, on the one hand, on the other movies where she's always constantly, doing the gratuitous, I got to show you the boobs. I guess that's good because you get to see that. But that's why I like Castle Freak, because I like the fact that they played it straight and didn't do the requisite, oh, Barbara Crampton's got to get naked again, show the boobs or whatever. They didn't really do that. But yes, Alberto, there are boobs to be seen from a prostitute character that's in the movie in a few scenes, but I won't say anything else because that would spoil another awesome surprise. Awesome, depending on how you look at things. If you're like Peter, it probably was the thing that made him piss his pants and go to bed after.
And that actress is going to be on your show next week, right?
Yeah. I'm getting Barbara Crampton on. But Peter,
the prostitute.
The prostitute, yeah. Peter, let's hear a little bit more from you. What more thoughts do you have? Obviously, you gave it a bad rating. I would expect that from anybody, first of all, who is not a horror fan. Right off the bat, you're already going to chop it down a few points just because you're not a fan of that genre anyway. So I would expect that. Is there anything that you kind of enjoyed about it at all? Or was it suffering all the way through?
I enjoyed the brief shot of the Italian landscape on the outside of the castle. I did like the ending. I thought the ending was smart.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty cool.
You mean
Which
when the
one,
castle
where
blows
the
up?
final confrontation,
Oh,
or the
final
one where
confrontation.
the
Yeah.
cop adopts the prostitute's son? We didn't even get into that. That's a whole.
No.
Yeah.
The final confrontation involving Sean, the main actor. The final fight scene.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
And then I will say that I thought that the paintings that they showed in the castle were not very fine art.
The paintings in the castle,
You should talk to the producer. Excuse me.
they were very interesting, very scary. But you know, there are fine art pieces that I've seen that are like similar subject matter. It reminded me, actually, if you guys are familiar at all, I don't know, about the art done for Dante's Inferno. Have you guys seen any of that stuff?
Durr, you mean, or
Huh?
Durr? The etchings
Yeah,
by
yeah,
Durr?
yeah. Yeah, you know, but I've seen paintings in museums where it's like, yeah, you got these kind of like everybody's nude, which, you know, was common back, you know, hundreds of years ago, but like large men. And, you know, like we saw in that one scene in the Castle Freak movie, you saw one painting where it's like these large, I guess, giant men that are like nude, and they're eating babies. Like one of them, I think, had a baby, like a baby halfway in his mouth.
Well, that's based on Bacon's painting, or Bacon. Mark, Peter, do you know what I'm talking about? Which painting?
I know Dante's Inferno has that image.
Yeah, I know it from my head. I can't.
Right,
I can't,
it's of Cronus eating one of his children, I believe.
Okay.
So it's
yeah. I know the Inferno has at the very bottom the devil, or the Satan eating the bodies of I forget, three
Goya's Saturn. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. Alberto got that one. Yeah.
Alberto, thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a while since art history class.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Mara says, sounds like Epstein's Island.
I don't want to laugh, but that was good. Thank you, Mark.
That's definitely definitely a good one. Goya did Saturn devouring his son.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, Mark, you know, so we can wrap up the Castle Freak talk, whatever. Is there anything else that you would
wrap up, Ruben?
No. He wants it unwrapped.
Not the episode, but just the Castle Freak talk. But yeah, I mean, is there anything that you would say to prospective viewers who, let's say, especially obviously, you know, typically when you if you're a horror fan and when you want to tell somebody that oh, you know, this horror movie is really good, you typically want to tell other horror fans, right? Because for obvious reasons. What would you say about the movie in that respect? To anybody listening and watching this on Rewind or even now live, what would you say about that? And I'll get Hart's feeling on it as well after you. But yeah, what would you say about it in terms of?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends where you're coming from, right? Some people have an appreciation for like trashy exploitation, low budget. It satisfies that, I think, you know, if you're watching Castle Freak. But you know, it also has those elements. There's the family stuff that's going on. You know, as I mentioned, the prostitute that's killed has a son. There's that kind of like mystery over like who the father is. You know, it's a bit thing. You know, probably not as well developed. You know, to Peter's point again. You know, so they're definitely satisfied those who are just looking for a quickie horror movie, right? But I think it has a little bit more. If you like gothic horror, if you like, you know, pair it with another movie, right? Pair it with like a Hammer Studios movie or something else of that nature, because I think it goes well if like you put it like in connection with other things. You know, you put it, you know, along with all those other movies like Reanimator and From Beyond. So I think it kind of functions best when you kind of see it alongside a bunch of other movies that are slightly similar, you know, have similar settings in a castle, but do kind of different things. So that's kind of, you know, I think it kind of depends on the mood you're in. You know, I think it kind of, you know, I just take a chance on it. Think of it. It was easy, I think, back in the day, right? We went to the video store. The cover is what pulled us in.
Oh yeah,
And I think that's one of the things that appealed to me when I first saw this. It's just like we don't have that anymore, so we don't have that kind of shock. You put it in your thumbnail, right? So we could see that. But
yeah,
yeah, it's like take a chance on this, right? I mean, I think you'll find that it holds up especially well compared to modern horror movies.
yeah,
It's a little less sophisticated than some. Peter mentioned weapons, right? Not quite as like formally or structurally interesting as that, but it's like you said, it's like straight down the middle almost. Just solid horror movie with a few extra things to it that I think kind of make it worthwhile.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. Thank you. And I do want to say again, I've mentioned a few times it was only a $500,000 budget. I would like to say that it looks and comes off as much better than just hundreds of thousands of dollars. To me, it was okay. It's at least like a, $4 million. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like it's like that's nothing. $500,000. So
yeah, Peter pointed out the scene, the confrontation at the end, right? That's the scene that has to be well lit, has to be well shot, and I think kind of that's where I think they paid a little bit more attention, right? Anytime they show the freak, I think that's where kind of the budget went. We had to kind of make sure that the makeup is on point, the lighting is such that the freak does not look kind of like super fake or anything. So yeah.
yeah. Look at Rick says. And I gotta say, so he's kind of following up on what you said, Mark. Rented so many bad VHS movies back in the day based on the alluring cover. You see, that was the thing for me. Not to pat myself on the back, but the reality is, I love the horror movies. So me and my friend next door, who lived next door to me, we go and rent them all the time. And for me, it only took like 2 or 3 times where the cover had some awesome looking monster of some kind, right? And then you take it home and you're like, oh my God, this is horrible, right? That's all it took for me to realize the marketing aspect of it, right? And I was like, every time from that moment forward, when I would see something that had some kind of cool creature, special effects type thing, and it just looked awesome on the cover, in my head, I knew, okay, all the budget is going to that, and the movie's gonna suck.
Yeah, and they had to, Ruben, right? Because there was no social media. These movies were going straight to video, so there was no trailers and movies, in theaters advertising these. So they had to go. It had to be all marketing almost. It's right. Great cover, kind of, just kind of draw you in, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's like you're going to Burger King and you see the Whopper, right, on a poster, and then you're like, oh my God, I want that Whopper or whatever burger it is. And then you get it, you drive home and you look at it, you're like,
it doesn't look as beautiful as on the picture.
It looks like crap, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. So the designer, the marketing people, they did their job. They lured you in, they faked you out, whatever it is, but you pulled it and you watched it. So
I'm not going to complain about one of those hamburgers again after seeing that sausage at the beginning.
A sausage burger?
but
I was going to say that I would, Mark, I would pair Castle Freak with another movie, From Dusk Till Dawn by Quentin Tarantino. That would be my pairing. It's like white wine with a little bit of cheese, whatever. That's my kind of thing. It's like that, because From Dusk Till Dawn has that same kind of stuff.
Those two movies, believe it or not, came out in the same year, I think, or like
oh my God, true. It's true, right around the same time.
96, kind of in that same time frame. But they look right. They look like they're separated by about 20 years or so. So that's a good one.
Yeah, so that's my pairing. So,
but Peter, when Hart said that, about his pairing, you made a face. Because
he always makes a face about when I say something.
So have you seen From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yeah, I liked it.
Oh, nice. Okay,
nice.
I have some taste, I guess.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Listen. Now, what would you guys? What would you say? Like, what category? What genre would you put Dusk Till Dawn in?
Oh,
kind of weird, right? Because it's kind of like, is it like vampire / I don't know, action.
It would be more action horror is where I would put it, because the first action, it's a crime action with horror aspects into it. And then it's got boobs and stuff later, but it's not about that. It's all about just this family trying to make it take their time to get out to sunset and stay alive and all that stuff. Which brings me back to Castle Freak. What I think about Castle Freak is, I think it's a movie about the husband trying to fix his family. That's how I take it, because he's screwed up his relationship with his wife. He killed his son, hurt his daughter by blinding her, and he's trying his best to bring him back. And this castle was probably in his mind the best thing to keep him together, and it would bring money, and it would maybe keep them closer or make them move closer together. Who knows? But that's how I see it. Even in the ending, that's my take, is he sacrifices and he fights for his family. He doesn't do anything else. He's not doing it for himself. He does it for the family. So in my belief of the movie, is more pointed about relationships than horror, boobs, prostitutes, kids, and stuff like that.
Because I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier, Hart. I think you have two shitty parents, right? The Duchess and
wait a second. Time out. Why would you say the mom is shitty?
The Duchess is
the one who keeps the freak in the castle.
Yeah, the one with the cat of nine tails.
42 years.
Sorry. Okay, I thought you meant
so no. But yeah, I think kind of to your point, Hart. Like, it's his kind of he starts off in one place and he ends in another, right? And I think that's probably the strongest part of the film. He definitely gets the stronger acting role, over Barbara Crampton. And so, but that's it's like a relationship drama, I think kind of that's one of the things that I also like about it. It's not just kind of a straight horror movie. There's those elements too.
Yeah. Even in Reanimator, Combs plays it straight. If you watch Combs's performance, he is dead on with his.
I feel when I watched it, and this was just a few days ago, I was feeling as I watched it, I was like, oh, I was saying, oh my gosh, Combs seems to adjust his acting to the type of role it is. So if the movie is more over the top, he seems to me to be more over the top.
It's a mad scientist movie. Reanimator is a mad scientist movie first and foremost, no matter what. It's Frankenstein kind of thing. Yeah. Right? So it's, he has to play it as a mad scientist that has education and has a drive. He wants to cure humanity of death, or whatever his goal is. But he's playing it just like a mad scientist was, or a doctor would. Doctors have a very different kind of mindset when it comes to people. It's like they want to fix people and they want to do it their way. That's where the God complex kind of comes in too. So I really appreciated Combs's take on that character in Reanimator.
So just to address Newell, because Newell's saying, isn't that how acting works? No, not necessarily. Let me give an example of what I mean, Newell. So let's say, again, with using that same kind of a movie, right? A mad scientist, let's say. So to me, it's kind of like if I'm given that role, right? And I know it's a low budget movie, but that's all the role that's up for me, whatever. I'll take what I can get. Okay, I'm going to take that role. I think I would want to play it unless I'm told by the director that I've got to ham it up. Okay, I would want to play it like a straight, scientist, right? And even if I'm a mad scientist, let's say that's the role. Let's say the character is supposed to be the mad scientist, right? I could still play a mad scientist without, let's say, it's just an example, not what he did, but if I want to be over the top, let's say, if I want it to be over the top, I could be in a certain scene, I'll take it far, and as soon as I say something about how powerful and how awesome I'm gonna get with this experiment, I can pop it off by going, like what you see in cartoons and stuff, whatever. Whereas if you're not told to do that, you don't have to do that. But if you do that, you're like taking it so over the top. So that's what I'm trying to say to Newell is you have the choice to, like, again, unless the director's telling you that's what I want, right? If you have the choice, you can still play it straight, even if the movie is lower budget and it's still kind of hokey. It doesn't mean you have to play it silly.
Yeah, in that movie, I think kind of like Herbert West, Jeffrey Combs' character, is a mad scientist, right? But he's a mad scientist for what he wants to do, right? This is kind of this whole project he has.
Oh, no, for sure.
He's not like behaviorally, like you don't get that from him. So that's where I thought kind of that was the interesting thing that he did in that movie for me, is that like he's kind of like wildly transgressive in all these ways, but he's very straight-laced, right? Very kind of like deadpan. He's not kind of like overacting or doing anything like that. So that to me, I like his performance in Castle Freak, but I like the one in Reanimator a bit more.
Same here.
Yeah. He certainly conveys this that the nature of the character that is trying to do good. It's sort of like The Shining in the sense that it's someone that's trying to reform himself, trying to be on good behavior, but he's very volatile. Has a hard time controlling his temper. He has a personality that can go ballistic and very easily. And so in the end, though, unlike The Shining, he redeems himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was interesting about the character.
Yeah. Well, he brought a lot of depth to that character, in my opinion, for the Castle Freak because of his performance and because, he's every time he tried to do something, his wife pushed him away. His daughter thought that he intentionally did the accident or whatever. It's like he had a lot of obstacles to climb over. It wasn't an easy task for him. And, in the end, he redeemed himself. You're right. You're totally 100% right on that. It's a great story, in my opinion, there. I mean, even with the plot holes, yes, Ruben, I know. Yeah. But it has good legs, I guess, if you want to call it that. It just is missing a few arms.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very uncomfortable to see his relationship with his wife. I mean, it's one of those relationships that you go, oh my God, this is real life sometimes for some people.
Yeah. And if you feel it, you're gonna feel that you're lost and not in control, and you're gonna lash out and lose your sanity a little bit, every time that happens to you, And I'm not saying that happens to every man and woman kind of thing, but it does happen.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying when I said that, like, so I got to say, like, surprisingly, again, got to keep reminding everybody, it is a very low budget movie, and in spite of that, like, I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying, like, you got to give credit where it's due. I really thought, certainly not, oh my God, best performance of the year, but I thought the acting was very solid. I thought both of them, especially in those scenes where, at the beginning with the husband and wife, where she first reveals to the housekeeper lady, whatever, like that. Oh, can you make up another room, another bedroom?
2 rooms, yeah.
Oh, you're having another guest. Yes, from husband. And that's when you first realize, oh, okay, shit, they're not getting along. There's issues in the relationship, And then when she goes off the bed and he goes to see her, right? And he's all
frustration
and everything, and he tries to kiss her and stuff, but she shoves him off, and that stuff was really well done. I found. I thought that So
both Crampton and Combs did a great job. They worked very well. I mean, that's one thing I think that the director found in both of them is just that spark that they can work off each other.
They work off each other really well.
They can play, and I would say that they would probably ad-lib very well, change it here and there just to make the scene a little bit better, even though it's written this way. I mean, that's how I think those two actors are. I mean, they're really well
they have fantastic chemistry, the two of those. Not just romantic chemistry, but I think kind of like they're able to riff off of each other. Respond well to each other. It's good.
Yeah, they just seem to be on the same wavelength, right? As actors, and they know their roles well, and how how to play off of each other. With
And
the
to bring it
line.
full circle, they're like Superman and Batman, for comic geeks out there. Just so you know, this is not an all movie episode.
Yes, another reminder of that.
Wait,
Hart-
the fine art discussion is next. I didn't get to weigh in on that a couple
Oh,
months ago.
fine
so I
arts,
think-
yes. We're going to
The
talk about
fine art.
Goya
Oh, boy.
again.
But Hart, I do want to get your final rating, because you privately told me when you emailed me to say, "Oh, I just watched your show or whatever, Castle Freak. I love." You said I think you said I love that movie. That's a
I love it. I give it a 9.
Oh, holy cow! That's what I was going to ask you.
It's good because it reminds me a little bit of Hitchcockian stuff too.
Oh, yeah,
The way that the angles are.
Oh no, I'm sorry, bro.
Come on. If you think about it, the angles of the camera and how they're going around corners, it's not like a one-to-one comparison, but it has that feel for me because the suspense is growing, just like in Hitchcock's movie. You don't know what's happening. It kind of keeps moving in, and then it hits you. Similar to with Castle Freak. Yes, it's probably
just,
pared down.
Pair Castle Freak with Vertigo, right? Perfectly
Right.
matched.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I'm getting a headache.
Peter, come on, work with me here.
Peter's still thinking like,
You know
I
what?
gave it a 3. What are you guys talking about?
I'm
I
gonna
saw a
pair
3.
it with Xanadu as well. Then
Okay.
Oh.
Now, in fairness, Peter, though, certainly, like, again, to remind everybody, you are not a horror guy. It's not a genre you like typically. So you're not somebody who I would ever listen to in terms of
at all, ever.
no, in terms of
You heard it first here, Peter.
in terms of whether I'm gonna watch a horror movie getting your feedback. You know what I mean? Like, I would listen to your feedback, but I would never make a watching or non-watching decision based on feedback from somebody who's not a horror guy. You know what I mean? That's all
I've
I'm
been
saying.
waiting for this moment the entire show.
Just go with it, Peter. It's
I
all
knew
you.
that this was coming somewhere. That kind of like, okay, let's give him the knife. The stiletto.
In the back.
No. But are there other than the ending scene which you liked or whatever? Is that pretty much the only thing you liked about it? Because I guess there can't be too much, right? Since you only gave it a 3, right? So it's like,
I thought the relationship was uncomfortable, but realistic. The more I think about it, the more I credit the movie with that.
yeah.
I wish they had followed up on the photograph of the sun on the tomb.
Yeah.
I think that would have been really interesting.
To me, I think that's the image of the freak just as a boy. So because it's in the family, some kids look the same from generation to generation, right?
Bloodline, right?
Right, it's a bloodline thing. So
Right.
that's where I thought it when I saw the picture, Ruben. I didn't think about ghosts or supernatural or science fiction. I just said, oh, it's a bloodline thing, or it's in the family. So that's what I thought. It was interesting that you took it the other way. Sorry, Peter.
I'll tell you really quickly. The reason, again, though, is because at that time, at that moment in the film, again, I had forgotten. I was just thinking, inherited a castle, but I'd forgotten that he's related to her.
Related, yeah.
I wasn't thinking about, there's it's a family thing here. You know what I mean? Because I just kept in my head, I kept thinking, here's this guy from America, and they're in Italy now. So somebody gave him a castle in Italy. So there was this separation where it made me forget that it's his family. Yeah.
I think what got me to think that there was more to it than the hereditary, the genes, the family line, was his reaction to the photo and how he seemed to take away from that something more than that. But it could be also just his guilt plaguing him over the accident, the death of his son.
Sure, he's definitely riddled with guilt about that. We know that for sure.
Yeah.
And you look at his wife. His wife, you can tell that when they're at home, she's probably spent it's not really clear how long ago the accident was. But they were both little kids. So I guess it was 8 years ish or something, right?
More recent.
Huh?
It sounds like
Because
the
well,
couple gets more recent.
because throughout the movie, the daughter, like I said, she looks 17-ish. Maybe she's as young as 15-ish. But in the car, I think she was like a little girl, right? Kind of like, I don't know, 9 or 10 or I don't know.
There's not too much time between when the accident happened
No?
and the movie, because I think she's still getting used to her blindness, right? She hasn't fully acclimated
Oh, that's true.
acclimated to it. So
That's true. That's true. But wasn't it a different actress in the car, in the flashback scene in the car? Was
No,
it?
I think
I don't
it's the
think
same
so. I think
Was
it's
it
the
her?
same one. Yeah.
yeah,
Was it her?
the same
Okay,
one.
I'll have to go back and look at that again. But
They can't. This movie couldn't afford to hire 2 actors.
Yeah.
hey, listen, like I said, to me, like when you think low budget horror, there's so many bad ones, especially throughout the 80s, even late 70s, but especially throughout the 80s. There's so many bad ones. I just think in comparison to all those kind of like low budget bad ones, I think this is so much more interesting and better. Again, other than those few little plot point things, it rolls pretty smoothly, and it does have shocking things, which I think those shocking moments that I don't want to give too much away, save it for anybody who wants to try it out. But those shocking moments, again, I think that's a plus as a horror fan. If you're a horror fan, I think that's a plus because of the fact that although it may be disturbing to some people, horror, everything's been done in horror, right? You never really get surprised. At least I certainly don't. So to see some of those scenes, I was like, wow. I think it's a plus because I never get caught unexpected, like unawares. And some of those things like shocked me. I was like, what? Holy crap. Like, wow, I can't believe they're doing this,
What I think you're circling around here, Ruben, is that like I baited you into watching Castle Freak, right? From there, you watch it one more time. Then you watch Reanimator. Then you watch From Beyond. All of those are Stuart Gordon movies, right?
Don't forget Chopping Mall.
Chopping Mall. Well, we'll leave that aside. But I think Stuart Gordon is like a cut above like some of these other movies that some of these other directors that are making the same movies at the time. There's at least, even if he doesn't execute perfectly, there's at least a desire to do something a little bit better. And I think that you kind of see that in Castle Freak, From Beyond, Reanimator.
Yeah. Very well said. Very well said. Any final words to you, either Peter, Hart?
I will say that there was one part that I didn't like, and it was the atrocious acting of the cop.
Oh, I
thought
he was annoying.
must have
I
paid him
didn't think he was
$20.
atrocious. He was kind of like whatever. He has smaller role, whatever. But
it took the interrogation scene was hard to watch.
Not
because it was a interrogation. It's just his delivery and all that stuff was just maybe too monotone, I guess. I don't know.
Whatever. All right, Peter. Yeah. Any last words
about
your 3-on-10 horrible experience that I roped you into,
or how Ruben has treated you all night? That's you can come up with.
I'm the stalking horse, or his the easy one. That anyway. The only thing that was missing from the movie was either Tom Cruise or Harrison Ford.
Oh man, yeah, like holy crap! Oh,
I think they were in the other cell.
That would have put it over the top for sure. Yeah, Mark, you got me into this, my friend. So I'll give the last word on this to you, man. What do you got to share?
Yeah, next week we're doing the remake, right? You agreed to that already.
Like I said at the top of the show, I had it, and then when I looked for it yesterday, it was gone. I don't know. Somehow the voice command, Alexa, maybe I don't know. Somehow didn't find it, but maybe just because usually I'm so used to like when movies go away, I'm used to them putting a little sign saying, "Oh, leaving in 4 days" or "leaving in whatever." That's what I usually see. So I don't know. Is it possible that sometimes they'll just disappear from one day to the next with no warning?
That's freaky.
Well, I'm sure, right? I mean, especially for movies that aren't like from a major studio, right? There's things can like pop up, they vanish. You can always. I saw Castle Freak on YouTube, so there's always ways that you can find some of these movies. So
right, yeah.
It's there.
Yeah, I was curious because I thought, the remake by Barbara Crampton has like, I don't know, 4 point something, on 10.
It's
So
not
it's
as
going to
good.
be bad, but just because of the comparison purposes, I was going to watch it, just to see how it, what exactly makes it so much worse, kind of thing, or whatever. And I was really curious, but I'm kind of pissed that it somehow seems to be gone. But I don't know. Maybe I'll catch it.
Oh, darn it.
At some point.
No, I'm glad that you took a chance on this, Ruben. I mean, you didn't have to. I appreciate
No.
it. You indulged me. And sometimes like
Sure.
there are movies that aren't objectively good, by certain measures, right? But they have a charm regardless of that. And I think Castle Freak is definitely one of those. Again, I like Reanimator. Reanimator to me, I think is kind of is an objectively good movie.
Okay.
But yeah, I think kind of this is one of those movies where it has something that kind of makes you want to watch it and you appreciate it afterwards. Sorry, Peter. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it's part of the reason I watched it again, because when after first watching it, I was so kind of freaked about, like, wow, like I was like, I it's not what I expected. Some of the, again, those disturbing scenes will be disturbing to some people. They weren't disturbing to me, but obviously I recognize them. They would disturb a lot of people, but they surprised me because I'm not used to seeing typically that level.
We don't have to go back into the movie, but the Castle Freak was watching Jeffrey Combs's character with the same prostitute. So he's trying to act out the same thing that Jeffrey Combs was doing.
Okay, you see, I was thinking about that literally earlier today, right? I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, that scene. I was like, because initially I had asked myself, oh my God, what's he doing? But then I thought, I was like, wait a second. He was with the camera from behind Jeffrey Combs when he's with the prostitute against the wall, right? We're seeing over his shoulder, and then I thought, oh shit, is it, because obviously he hasn't, since he was 5, I guess he'd been
42 years in a
beaten and whipped every day and starved and whatever, right? His mind is gone, so he has really no intelligence left, or no way to think critically or whatever. And so it's what you said. I thought, my God, is it possible that that's what he was doing? He doesn't know what he was viewing. He just sees that the man takes the woman's clothes off, and then all he can see is that his face is somewhere in her chest, but he doesn't realize what that is, or what.
Don't forget the wine bottle.
Yeah, right. So
he takes that too.
So yeah. So that's it. So I think, Mark, you're right. I think it's kind of like, wanting to imitate, but since all he basically does is sleep and then eat, and even, I don't know, chewing on himself and stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's that.
How does he go pee?
Very
very badly.
I wondered about that myself today as well. I wondered about that myself. I was like, I don't know, maybe it leaks out from that hole or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a pothole.
A pothole.
There's
Another
probably
pothole.
some Castle Freak fan fiction that explains that, right?
Yeah, there's a continuation of that fan fiction right there.
Oh man. But anyways, let me ask you guys before we move on. So I want to tackle that calf just briefly. That calf not renewal. What do you call it? Rejuvenation. Revamp. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. The revamp.
The mistake. What?
Do you guys want to hang with me, or do you need to go?
Yeah, I'm here.
You can say. Yeah.
You can stay. Yeah. Okay, Peter.
I'll stay.
Okay. You seem very reluctant.
I'm gonna
very reluctant.
I'm hugging Peter.
If you get a package from me that looks like it's Mountain Dew, it's very green,
Drink
don't
it.
get too animated about it, okay?
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
As Rick says, calf 2.0. Yeah, well put, Rick. All right. So thank you guys for hanging a little bit. All right, everybody. So we're gonna segue here to the second part of tonight's episode. And as I mentioned earlier at the top of the show, I wanted to talk just a little bit, just to get your guys' thoughts real quickly. But let me just tell you my thoughts. Again, not much to say. what I wanted to say, and this is what I'm curious as to whether people agree with me or not, or what. Okay, so let me just put out there what I wanted to say. So I've used the site enough since it happened, since the changes happened, and overall, there's not much to say. I can say that it still looks the same, but a little bit more modernized, like more contemporary looking, which is good. It's I think it is easier on the eyes, design wise, if you will, a little bit more modern looking. So that's fine. I'm okay with the fact that everything seems to be mostly in where it was before, simply because I'm an old school guy who I don't like change unless it's absolutely necessary. And so it makes it easier to not have to learn like a whole, navigating a new site or whatever. So I'm okay with that. I would have to say that if there was anything that was other than aesthetically speaking, which yes, I like it better. But other than aesthetically, is there anything that's better about it? If there is, I can't remember. The only thing that kind of stood out to me was, I guess it falls on the negative side, but even that, it's not really supremely worth mentioning. It's just little things here and there that I noticed where I was like, oh, it doesn't do that anymore. One thing just came to mind. So when I'm on somebody's page and I'm looking at a piece of art, right? And I scroll down to read the comments. So it used to be that if you hovered your pointer over, like let's say the comments have been liked. Okay, there's some likes on the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that if you hovered your pointer over it, you could see who immediately, a little pop-up that showed you who liked it, right? And again, it's not important per se, but I liked seeing it gives you a little bit of info as to who's been looking at this guy's stuff and who appreciates the comments or whatever, right? So again,
are you saying the comments section or the liked section, the number?
Well, when you look at the comments themselves,
right? Okay.
And if the comments have been liked by anyone, you can see that there's like an orange thumbs up thing.
Okay.
Right? And if you hover over, it used to be that if you hovered over that, a little pop-up would show you and it says liked by, and it tells you who liked it.
Okay.
Now, I'm using primarily Firefox. I mean, I have Chrome, whatever, but I still use Firefox as my main thing. On Firefox, I can tell you when I hover over that now, it doesn't give me any info. So I don't know who is liking. You used to know who liked it, and now you can't see. You can't see if it's the art owner. You can't see if it's just another collector, because it just doesn't pop up. Again, on Firefox.
Oh, because in the artwork details, it has likes on calf, and then it has a number. And if you scroll right, or if you put your cursor over the number, it'll tell you the people that have, like, I'm looking at one of mine, a little picture of the Kirby exhibit that you comment or liked on, right? So you're in there, and so is Jeffrey Wedding. So that's not what you're talking about, though.
Okay, hold on. You know what, guys? Let me might as well share the screen. Let me do this so we can follow along. All right. Share screen. And let me see here. I'll bring it in. Okay, so I'm on my gallery here. And so let me scroll down on this Hulk cover because it has a lot of comments. Okay, so watch. So you see how the first one is Keith Berenice?
Yep.
Okay, you see that there's a thumbs up, and it tells you there's one person liked his comment, right?
Yeah.
So it used to be that if I did this, if I put my pointer right on top of it, right, it turns into an arrow. It used to be that you would see a pop-up.
Oh, I never used that.
Okay, whatever. Like I said, it's not super important at all.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it used to give me a pop-up and tell me who liked it, and I liked that it did that. And now, like here, Hyder did the second comment, right? And 3 people liked it. To me, it's fun to know who reads the comments and who does. You know what I mean? Like, It's just
Oh,
fun.
I got
Again,
you. Okay.
I guess I'm not saying it's important. That's why I'm saying it's a very minor quibble, but it's still something I would rather them not have taken away, you know? So I'd rather be able to point and actually see who the three people are that liked it, you know? Yeah, so that's just one sort of little thing. And like I said, everything that I noticed, like I said, it was only a few things, and they were all very minor type sort of things that whatever, I can live without it, or what, you know what I mean? So again, nothing to complain about, just something to mention that, you know, just for the heck of it, because it was stuff that used to exist that I appreciated being there, and now it doesn't. But like I say, most of the stuff is so minor that I can't even remember what the other things are right at the moment as I'm speaking. What the other little minor quibbles are. But if you guys mention them, I'll tell you whether I agree with that or not. But yeah, let me go into the chat here and say, okay, I like the night mode version. I hate night mode version.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm sorry, Tom.
And let me just say though, that when I say I hate night mode version, I hate night mode version on every website. So it's not just a CAF thing for me.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of getting it dark. I'd rather have a light, you know, a brighter, lighter looking.
It's better designed to be out, not in dark mode.
Yeah. So what are your ratings for the new CAF? Well, that's what we're talking about. Stanley hates it. He thinks it's awful.
Stanley, are you on CAF?
How's commenting going? Is it easier on the new site? What do you mean, Tom? You know how it's going. Commenting to me is the same. I don't think anything has changed there. Oh, Marcus. Okay, so good question. Marcus says very slow. I have to say that it initially, I agreed with him. Initially, the first few days, it was really slow. Like every time I clicked anything that I had to click, it would take like, I would say 7 or 8 seconds before it finally loaded and changed the page.
Yeah.
For me, over the last few days, I would say, I don't know, it's more like a 2 or 3 second delay. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely not instantaneous. So it's not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's very slow now, but it's definitely still what I would say slow. Slower than it used to be for sure. So that's something that I'm not sure why that's happening. I don't know. You know, for all we know, they could be working on that.
Yeah, it could be maybe updates or just fixes. But yeah, I've seen that same slowdown myself. I mean,
yeah.
The one thing
Caesar says, look, he's kind of saying what I'm saying. He says it's the same. It just takes time to get used to. But I don't even agree with that. It's basically the same. So therefore, to me, I got used to it after the second day or so. Like, yeah, it's not really much different, like you say, Caesar. So I don't think there is much to get used to. I don't know. Mark, you look like you have something to say, or am I reading you wrong?
No, yeah, it's fine, right? But where are the changes that make it better, or like easier to use in some ways, or that help newcomers kind of get used to it, right? I think it's easy for us as people who have used it to. I'm just going to kind of slightly reorient how I do things. I'll get adjusted to the changes, and then it's smooth sailing from there. But yeah, maybe it's coming, right? I don't know what their roadmap is, when it comes to rolling out features. To me, it's just like, okay, it's like sticking, some people have Cybertrucks and then they stick those stickers on their Cybertrucks. It's like, it functions the same, right? Maybe it looks a little bit different. It looks a little nicer, but it's like, it hasn't yet made my collecting life better.
Yeah, I agree totally. Even the day design, the day mode looks kind of off because there's something wrong about the gray background to me. But that's just maybe because I don't know. It's something my design brain is calling out to it, but I can't voice what it is.
I'm actually okay with it because I thought, you know what? A lot of the art that we show, it
could be white,
black and white already. So there's a lot of white on the artwork. So I feel, having a slight contrast on the outskirts of the artwork. I think it's fine.
But it also highlights the stuff that's on the margins too. It's like things are more poppy on the sides than they were before to me. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what's coming out. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah, that the gray didn't really bother me.
Yeah.
I'm okay. It's still light enough as long as it's not the dark or whatever. And
I mean, it's not a
thankfully
big quibble, but you know,
yeah,
it's
no,
just
yeah,
my thing. Yeah.
yeah. So Rick said, to the point that I was making, see, this is kind of a negative because he points out something I wasn't aware of. Thank you, Rick, by the way. So he says, so now you have to go to the artwork details section and click on the likes count. Then you can see who liked it. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the thing. I'd rather just hover my pointer, and get the information I'm looking for.
That feels
right?
like one of the things they could bring back, though, Ruben. Like, I mean, I think.
Oh no, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Last time I called out, they had cut out the location link, which is kind of at the top right here. That wasn't there like a few weeks ago, right?
What do you mean by location? Sorry,
where it says location, they didn't have that like in the version that they rolled out a couple weeks ago. So locations, covers, and splash pages.
Oh, okay.
I always like that so I can see like what gallery a piece.
Oh, what gallery?
Yeah, and so like I think they put that back in. I expect them to do like a lot of the same things that have those hover pop-ups that come up when you hover over the likes, right?
Yeah,
that feels like something they could easily kind of just bring back.
Oh, sure. And I'm no computer, developer myself, but I know well enough to know that has to be easy fixes, if they wanted to, if they care enough.
I don't even know, I don't even know what the changes are that I would want that would make it better, right? I think it functions well enough for me. If it never changed from today, it would still be fine with me. But I don't know. I have no idea where they plan to take it. I'm not going to move over to Snikt. I'm not going to move over to one of those other sites.
Yeah.
There's other sites?
Yeah. Tom says, I read the comments a lot, but I wouldn't like the comments. Okay, but Tom, have you picked up, at the very least, as a bare minimum, have you picked up the habit, as I told you a while back, to start at least liking the comments people leave for you as a way of saying thank you? I appreciate you taking the time to leave me that comment. I hope you're doing that. I haven't checked, but I hope you're doing that at least, And by the way, Tom, I don't typically like other people's comments on art that I'm looking at as a matter of course, but I will like them if they, if I read a funny comment or if they make a really good point, then yeah. So on from time to time I do, but no, not like every comment just because I read it, The only comments I always like all the time are the ones people leave for me, because it's, as I said, my way of saying it should be your way of saying, yeah, I acknowledge that you left me the comment, I read your comment, and I thank you for leaving it, So that's it. NSN Mike says, I like the fact that another website thinks CAF copied having dark mode from them. Okay, so you guys must be talking about that other weird stuff that they were throwing out at the beginning of the show. I don't know. We'll get to that. Rick loves night mode. Yeah, listen, some people seem to always like the darker stuff. Others don't. I would like to know. I would really like to know. Get a good idea as to whether the majority prefers lighter websites or darker websites. That would be kind of interesting, because I always kind of think, oh yeah, I'm sure most people would prefer it to be light, but who knows? Maybe I'm in the minority, right, Mark? Maybe there are way more people that prefer darker mode. I don't know.
Well, dark mode, it reminds me of the 80s porn sites.
What?
This is when AOL was around, Ruben.
Okay.
Maybe at this point it would be good for them, well, after things have settled down some more, is to put out a poll to a random number of people, to maybe some of the top users, and pose some questions and ask for comments.
As you say those words, I'm in the middle of using a feature that I have here, brand new in StreamYard, that I just noticed a couple of days ago, and I just reminded myself of it as we're talking about asking people's opinions. There's a poll thing. I might as well try and see if it works. So let
Well,
me see.
I got a question for Peter. Sorry, real
Yeah.
quick. But you said about getting a poll of top users. I would rather have the what's that?
I'm sorry, that's me.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. I would have rather have lesser used users because those are the people that you want to educate in the to build the site with.
Right.
Because the ones that are always there are the old guard kind of thing, and they've been there for a long time. But new users is what makes a new what makes websites move along, in my opinion. So
Yeah, that's a good point. You could take the first 100 new users,
yeah,
or the those that have been on for maybe a month. You could take a grouping. You could take like 50 from the very first ones. You could take some from that have been on for 3 years, and then some that are longer, more. So yeah, you could do all. Yeah, that's a good point though, because those new users, how easy is it for them to use?
yeah. And if they don't like it the first time around, they're going to stop using it and move along.
Yeah.
And that it doesn't educate anybody after that.
Well, let me try this out, guys. Let's see what happens when I start this new poll feature. Here we go.
You're pole dancing, you said?
Let's see. Did anything happen?
Must be your pole dancing is not very good.
I just started it. Is anything happening in the chat? Does anybody see anything happening with a poll in a chat or anything? I don't see anything happening.
Welcome to the live chat. Nope, nothing's here. I don't see anything.
How about now?
Are you looking for Czechs also, or Slovakians?
This is why we're covering you now, Peter.
We're all inclusive, Peter.
Okay, so do you see that thing pop up in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen? There's a poll. There should be a poll on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even for us? Or is it
I
for
see it, but I think you just have to put 1 or 2 in the chat just to respond to that.
Oh, I didn't think that you would have to type 1 or 2 in the chat. I thought something would appear in the chat and that they would click 1 or 2.
No, it's just
Bill showed it off the other day in his on his show.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me see if I'm going to see if I can collect the answers and see if it does that. Okay, so all I've got is a hide poll and a stop the poll. So okay, let me stop.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Or with your poll. Okay, I'm hitting stop. Oh, interesting. Okay,
there you go.
So I guess the algorithm it does take a look at what people are putting. But it's funny because it doesn't give instructions to like, hey, type in 1 or 2, or type in the word light or the word dark. You know what I mean?
No, it does not. Yeah.
So it's kind of weird that it doesn't instruct you. But okay, I guess it's the number. And look at that, 50-50, Mark. Only 12 people answered, but
hold on, I got to put mine in there. All right. That'll move it up, I'm sure.
And there we go. I've got my opinion as well. So there you go.
Stanley can't read, by the way. He has no idea what's going on.
I see that. I wonder, and interesting. It doesn't seem to continuously update itself as.
Oh, this stopped.
Yeah, like after you show the results, right? I'm not seeing it update itself, right? But it does have a resume button now. Let me see if that works. No, it's still.
We're still at 50.
6 at 6 and 6, right?
Peter keeps stacking the deck.
I don't know. That's weird, but okay. Not exactly the best looking poll thing or whatever, but
that's what she said.
Yeah. Why am I not surprised you would make dick jokes and stuff like that?
You know,
right?
it's for Peter's amusement. I like making Peter laugh. It's a great feeling. It's giving to the people.
It's a low bar.
I'm the lowest bar ever. I have the lowest poll values ever.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, well, whatever. Let me see what I think. I was scrolling quickly, Pull question to the other corner. Yeah, I know that, but big deal. That's not that doesn't make it much difference there, except to uncover Peter, of course, obviously. But just for now to test it out, not a big deal. Let me see. I saw Carl with a longer-ish. I mean, it's saying type 1 or 2 in the chat. Seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Like I said, I just thought it would put a box in the chat where you just like hovering over the chat where you just kind of clicked a circle next to 1 or 2. That's what I was thinking might happen. Why does Ruben have an American flag to his name? Because I'm North American. I'm a North American gentleman.
Yes. One thing that I just realized that I didn't realize before. Anytime you click over one of the preview images of new art, it zooms in the art, and that's an annoying feature to me. It's like, what's the point of that? Because it only zooms in like a little bit.
Hold on. Let me go to it. Sorry, can you tell me and guide me so I can look at it?
So if you go to your gallery,
Okay, the main part of the gallery. Okay.
Yeah, main part of the gallery.
Okay.
If you scroll, if you put your cursor over one of those images, it just like a magnifier a little bit.
Oh, like it gets bigger a little bit. Yeah.
That has no function in my opinion, other than you're selecting that. That's you know how to select things, really. Yeah. It's like it does, and that adds code, right, to do that, and it adds a little function that you have to use memory with.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. But
no, it's pointless, whatever. But yeah, whatever. It also, it doesn't hurt us, so whatever, right?
But it doesn't benefit us, as per Mark saying. It should.
I never got lost browsing a page, right? And not knowing what image I was going to click on. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's simple Simon Stupid method. I don't know.
Yeah. No. I mean, I agree with you. It's just but it's at least it's one of those, it's not even barely worth mentioning. It's just such a minor thing, right?
But if they took it out, would the speed of the site be enhanced? Which I would say is a benefit rather than, if it slows down, because just having that little function, just because it's a little bit of a magnifier, just adds to the code. I don't know.
Robert's like, that annoys you?
Yes, Robert, it does. Not being side by side to Peter annoys me too.
Mike says growing just a little bit triggers heart.
Everything triggers me,
but
pudding does too.
Carl says that the zoom is actually one of the better improvements. So
really?
Let me try that with the
Sorry, Carl.
let me click this. So I think
Carl,
when you first click it. Right. I like this because it's the, at least for me, I use a regular mouse on my PC, and it's got a mouse with a roller button on it. So I like being able to just zoom in and out with a roller button.
But the JPEG does not enhance. It's at the same DPI that you uploaded to it. So it doesn't really give you anything benefits anyway.
No. But it's a benefit for when you are on galleries where people do use the 2000 maximum pixel.
But if we're talking about new posting people, new CAF members, they're not going to be starting a membership just to have that function. They're going to get the free membership so they can upload their stuff. Yeah. And that it.
No, I get what you're saying, but I still like it because yes,
I'm here for the common man.
Zoom people by Alfredo Alcala.
Zoom has never worked to make small original scans better, magically bigger. It's obviously going to pixelate it. Anytime you look at it at more than 100%, it's going to pixelate, right, and blur, obviously. But there's plenty of people that now the more active people, they do now scan and resize their images to 2000 pixels high. Which I don't like. I find it's too big. But now with the zoom in, you can zoom it down, because I find 2000 it's too close up. I don't like looking at stuff like this, and having to go like, ooh, sideways, up and down, right? I
But
would
isn't
rather
the goal
have
of CAF and the
like
members
this.
of CAF, or not the members, but the people that run CAF, like Bill and who's the other guy? Your
Azra.
Kazra. Isn't their goal, I believe, I'm not, to make CAF the stop for everybody to come to? And, that's why I kind of just, I just lost my train of thought, but it's just the fact that it does. You can laugh, Peter. but yeah, it's the goal to bring more people into CAF as members, and eventually them become premium members, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
but here, to follow up on that zoom in feature, Carl says what I'm saying. So before, for the people who did upload 2,000 DPIs, right, it would blow it up right to the actual size, which for me and him, we found it a massive pain to view. I can't stand looking at giant scans like that. Yeah, that's why when it was 1250 maximum pixels tall, I used to love that, because I felt 1250 was the perfect size to be able to look at artwork. When now that it's 2000, a lot of people are rescanning at 2000. Yeah, and like I said, before this feature came in, you would click it and you would see this way too close up.
Yeah.
And which I hate, because then you gotta. It's too close. I want to back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no way to comfortably do it until you have this scrolling kind of zoom in and out type of thing. Yeah. So I think having this is absolutely a positive. I don't know, Mark. You seem upset. What do you think, Mark?
No, it's just how I like it works.
Both fists, Mark.
Yeah, I like that, like when you go to, like, if you clicked on that Generations 2, I like that, like the default. Wait, can you click on that for a second?
Sorry. Can I click on what? Sorry.
John Byrne, Generations.
John Byrne.
Yeah.
One of the things that used to bug me, and just click on the image just so you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I like that it defaults to this, because sometimes when people would upload them too big, like, I'd see kind of like the top 1/3 of the image. I like that it starts this way now. Like before, it was kind of a little too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so that's the thing that I like the most. I mean, I didn't really get to the things that I actually like and that I think are improvements, which are the things in the upper right of the screen, like on every CAF screen. But
hold on.
Click out of here, which are the gallery.
Up here, you mean?
I like that when you click View All or, on any of those, it shows you the artwork instead of like going to the users. I think that's the thing that to me is my favorite update of the new CAF.
So when you go here on your followed gallery, your watch galleries, instead of showing the gallery, they put whatever pieces they have recently posted, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to, you still have this here. Click here. Oh no, not that one. Sorry, where is it? View the latest by watched galleries. And then because this is how you used to see it, right? Just the gallery names. And then you'd have to go in one at a time. Like, okay, let me see what Sean did. Scroll down. Oh, okay. His latest piece is right here, right? But you still have that option. But now I do like the fact that by going to view all, it immediately just shows you the actual pieces that everybody who has updated their gallery has posted, So what I do, the way I do it typically now, right, is like, I'd be like, okay, I'll go back down to like wherever I left off the day before, right? And so let's say it was here. I'd be like, oh, okay, so this Punisher, I left my comment yesterday. Okay, so today, the newest one that I haven't seen it is this one by Sean. So I would do this, and I would start opening by right-clicking and having them all in tabs. And this way, I just, okay, go down, leave my comment, get out. Go down, leave my comment, get out, and onward and onward. So I like the fact that it shows you can see right away just the pieces rather than the galleries, and you still have the option of clicking here if you want to see by gallery. I don't know. What do the rest of you guys think? And where did
we lose Robert?
Oh, Mark took off, and then he's here.
Or
There we go.
Mark, sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like that. What about you, Peter? Have you any feedback on that?
So before the redesign, I noticed that they upped the additional images from 5 to 6. I wasn't aware of that until I tried uploading an additional image, and it didn't. It said I could do one more. And
Hold on. Are you saying there used to be a limit? There's a limit on how many additional images you can add to your main image?
yes, there
Oh,
are.
I was not. Oh, I wasn't even aware that there was a limit. Okay, so only 5, and now it's one more, 6. Okay, that's kind of a weird increase. Only one more. What's the point of that? I don't get
I like
that.
the fact that they show them all horizontally now. That's my favorite part of the additional images.
They all show up horizontally.
Yeah, just in a row.
Oh, as opposed to
stacks of 3, like
it would stack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if before when you clicked on an additional image, there was a little arrow on the right that would enable you to just flip to the next one, next one. But that's there. I like that. I wish there was a couple more additional images that they would allow. But that's just because I use that feature quite a bit. I miss a little bit the seeing everybody's artists. You have to, pull that down, show more, or the galleries. But I can understand why they did that, because it's to just make it more user friendly. You might not want to confront the user, someone visiting the whole set of galleries that somebody has, because some people have quite a number of galleries and some people have quite a number of artists. So I can see where that show more tab is useful and makes things a lot easier to see. I do like the larger icons, the previews, and I do like that little thing that Mark said when you click on when you do the preview, and there are these options up at the top right that you can take advantage of. So overall, once I got used to it, I have no major issues. I have a few little things, but I overall think it's looks nicer. I think, and I think for the new user, I think it will be more appealing. But that's where I think maybe a poll like along the lines of the new users might be very, very interesting.
Robert says, I have run up against the additional images limit occasionally when showing work in progress, for instance. I mean, I can understand that, but I think we should all agree that whether it's 5, whether it's 6, it's not a feature that is actually supremely useful. In other words, I would gather to say that the absolute vast majority of pieces uploaded to CAF either have 0 additional images or 1 additional images, because I think most people either only put the art, so there's 0 additional images, and another portion of people like to add the published version, from the comic book for a color, just as you can compare it to see what it looks like in the comic. So for the most part, it's not even. I would never complain about that, simply because it's not something that's really all that important. It's not, you never really, most of the time, need more than the 1 additional image. Again, most of the time, right? And I think most people would agree with that. I think.
Yeah, no, I understand that I'm very much in the small minority of, I might be the super user for additional images. Right. I use those for the historical background that I provide to some of the pieces. I also sometimes will try to put in the entire article that an illustration is in, because it's something that's not commonly available. It's not easily available, and it's historical and it's interesting.
Yeah.
But again, I probably overdo it, and that I recognize that.
Yeah, and look, Robert says, I mainly use additional images to show the published page and or a photo of the artist with the page. Right. And for that, you only need 1 or 2 more, that's why I'm saying is that whether it's 5 or 6, I don't think matters at all for the most part. Most people will only ever use 0, 1, 2. You know what I mean? Yeah. Marvel fan. Yeah. Tom says mostly 2 tops. Right. Yeah. So let's see. Can't see a reason to need 6, but nice to have. Yeah. Listen, it's okay to have. It's always better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Right. I always say so. Yeah. So that's fine. But I'm just saying, you already had 5, which was already more than most people use. So I just don't understand. I'm not saying it matters. I'm just saying, why even bother making that increase of 1? Like what? Why? I don't get it.
Well, Peter is going to email Bill later on to say, I need 10 additional, not 6, because history is important.
Tea in a tempest in a teapot.
Peter, do you ever run out of space for some of your write-ups? I enjoy when anybody does an extended write-up for any piece they post. Do you ever run out of space?
Yes.
Posting? Okay.
Yes, but I can see the reason for that. Just lengthwise. What are you writing, a novel? Maybe you need to be more briefer. Some people, I sometimes think I write too much. It sort of varies.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, right? I think I was wondering if you were a historian or something. I was if that was something that, that's your background or something. Because I do enjoy reading some of the things that you post along with the pieces. But the thing I don't like, when it comes to CAF is that they kind of cut off the piece and force you to kind of click a button. It's easy to do, right? But I kind of wish the full text would show.
Yeah, you can sometimes forget that there's more text.
Yeah.
Peter, do you do like rough drafts and then copy and paste, or do you just train of thought to write in that thing?
So that's a damn good question, because I have done a few drafts, but mostly I'll just dump it in and then I'll revise and revise and revise. And even after I post, I'll sometimes do 5, 6, 10 revisions, because I'm just I see something that I don't like the way I wrote it, or there's something grammatical, or the sentence doesn't make sense, or it's missing something. And these are just little minor things. So I do try to take a lot of care in what I write, and I try to source it, because I don't want to claim credit for something that people have written, or I'm just kind of paraphrasing or taking advantage of. So
you should have some footnotes on the bottom. You know that?
Yeah, I do that. I have that.
You do? Okay,
I
didn't
list
see
my
that.
sources. So yeah.
Honestly, I don't go all the way to the bottom sometimes with your stuff, because it's like there's a lot to read, and
Exactly.
it's I get the gist of your information, but sometimes it's like, okay, I've had enough. I move on to the next piece, and But there are pieces that I do read the whole thing. So.
Yeah, and that's why I said that maybe I should do a little less. They should be briefer, maybe no more than 3 or 4 paragraphs, something like that.
Yeah, I think I would enjoy it a lot more, because
do a short
I'm a
write
stupid
up for
person.
CAF, and then post the like if you have a longer write up, like post it on, I don't know, Substack or something like that. But I enjoy reading them, so like I think it helps when somebody has thought about the piece, why they like it, why they collected it. So I mean, I wish more people would do that.
Hey, Evgeny. Yeah, okay. Anything else you guys can think of? Oh, and by the way, Caesar, I don't know what this means. My Grommet Superboy was used a lot. I don't know what that means. So sorry. Maybe you can clarify if you want. I just didn't want you to think I was skipping over you, but I just don't understand what that means. Yeah. Anything? Robert says make an abstract and then the full article, Peter. But I'm with you guys who say that you like to read. Yeah, I've always said the same thing. I listen. I joke around with Sean a lot, like he has mentioned. I've taken to now in the last few weeks. I've taken to leaving him comments that are empty, right? I leave them empty comments where I say nothing if he doesn't say anything in the description. But if he says something in the description, I'll leave him an actual comment. It's like, if you have nothing to say, why would I feel compelled to say anything about it? That's how I feel. I want to read your thoughts on your artwork. I definitely love reading the description. So I'm with you guys. I think all of us in here in the studio, I think we're all in agreement, right? We all like reading comments and descriptions.
Descriptions.
Yeah. So that's it. The only thing is, I would say for Peter, and I think we talked about this before. For you, I would just prefer more if I would love to read more of your thoughts on it, as opposed to getting the copy and paste. Like, it's great that you're putting the extra historical information. That is good, and obviously it's easier to you go and you get it from like a Wikipedia or wherever. But I would rather see also more of your own thoughts on the art, but and not just you. I mean, that's how I feel about everybody who posts their art. I wish everybody would write, their own thoughts, whatever they may be, whether it's a little story of how they got it, or, what they like about it, or, whatever, it doesn't even have to be long or long-winded or whatever. But yeah, I just like I like to know people's thoughts on the art that they own, And by the way, hi Ian, what's up? What's up, Chief? Getting the answer from Caesar. The Grummet Superboy style guide I have was used on many different items. Oh, okay. I maxed out the additional 5 images. Right. I can still upload more if I could. Right.
But that's an oddity, right?
Right.
I mean,
yeah. That's the exception, not the rule, right? So exactly. Alberto says, one pet peeve: people that copy and paste the text from the comic or the heritage listing or from Mike Berkey's website. Which you
and
always
get the artist wrong,
huh?
And get the artist wrong,
yeah. But it's true. It's just lazy, But it's from Mike, and it's from Berkey's site when it starts off with just a great splash. if the sentence starts with just a great, or then it's from Berkey. It's pretty funny. HTML markups are allowed, so I include links to relevant articles rather than quoting them at the link. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
But links can be broken after a while, can't they?
That's true, I guess.
Yeah,
but Mark, what do you mean by this comment? So Nick Barucci, because it's a minute ago, so I don't know what.
Somebody who posts the heritage description in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Does Nick do that?
Oh yeah.
He
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what. Yes, I'm not a fan of that, but I would still rather see that somebody went to the trouble of doing that than to scroll down and looking forward to seeing what they have to say and seeing blank. I would still rather see a copy and paste, no joke, than blank description. Like, that peeved me, a lot. So again, just a preference thing, Hey,
you must have been peeved. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm just saying hi to John. Go ahead.
Okay, you must have been peeved when I put all those Kirby Museum shots, because I didn't put any description on that one.
No, that's an exception because it's not artwork. So you're just showing photos from a whatever, like an exhibit or whatever. That's okay, But it's an artwork website. So if you're going to put artwork, I mean, artwork should move you. You should have something to say about your artwork, Leaving it blank, I just think it's lazy, especially when people say, well, why do I have to say something? The art should speak for itself. Like, shut up. All right, shut up. No.
Ruben, anyway. You're like an eloquent butterfly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Best battle page in the book. I don't know which one you're talking about. Best page. You must be talking about Superman now. I don't know. Links do take maintaining. Yeah, to ephemeral sources, especially. Yeah.
I will say that this new redesign got me to redo my gallery introduction.
Oh, really?
Your gallery introduction?
Yeah, it inspired me to redo my gallery introduction.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to it right now. I think I'm on.
Okay.
Let's see.
Interesting. Interesting. It inspired you for like in what way? What do you mean by that, Peter? Without us having to go to it.
Because the text is larger, so it's easier to see, and I thought, well, you know,
I can see that.
and I looked at other people's descriptions, and they were much better, more interesting, and so I went back and I kind of tried to do a little bit more.
And I like that you
it's
cite
not
drugs
good.
for the first part of your sentence. Says a lot about you, Peter.
But
you know me so well, Hart.
You know what?
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that next mail package from you. You're just a little bit late on that.
I just want to say that
Eye issues with with gasoline and things like that.
Oh, I see. Well,
Yeah,
do a
I
surcharge. I'll pay it.
I just want to say that as you can see, everything we talked about it's pretty minor stuff. And yes, I think the overall takeaway, Mark, I mean, you have I guess you could say you have a point, is that on the one hand, I say, well, yeah, there's a few little negative little things that are, certainly not worth suggesting. I'm not going to send in a suggestion to Kazra about like those minor little things that bug me that are gone now. I don't care enough about it to have
it's inconsequential,
freak out, right? But like Mark was saying, at the same time, I if there's anything that's like improved other than the one or two little things that I mentioned, I can say so. But then again, the question is, did they claim that there was going to be? All they said was, "Hey, we updated it." So I don't know. Is it fair to say that we should have expected a whole bunch of helpful
there was no rollout whatsoever, right? I think it was. I mean, I'm sure.
Oh, there wasn't.
That were beta testing it. They sprung it one day. It was the old calf.
That's what a lot of people complained about.
I would have loved if they would have said, "Oh, this is coming. Here's what we're trying to do. Here are some of the new features. Here's some things we have on the." They did that with the app. That was a great rollout, right? They told us, what they were going to have in this first version. Then, they would kind of tease what's going to come in the later version. So they didn't really do that with the website, which I kind of missed.
Yeah, I thought I was being redirected to a fake website at first.
You've had that happen before?
From a link that you sent me,
Yeah, all my links are bad. Hey, Ruben, Ian just mentioned something.
I saw it. I'm looking at it. Don't worry, I'm going to get to it. But I just want to say that to follow up on what Mark said, you're right about that. I mentioned that I don't know if it was a couple of weeks ago when I first kind of brought up the topic that CAF just changed or whatever, right? I made that I made that sort of point that you did, Mark, to say kind of like, it is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of odd that like, especially with a show like the CAF Plus Thursday show, right, where they always talk about, hey, look at this thing we did. Why wouldn't you use that same show on Thursday night to say, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, guys. What do you think? Right? Like, I don't get that. Like, why wouldn't you do that instead of just making up your own mind and then just springing on everybody and then getting upset because everybody's kind of complaining? Like, so that's kind of weird. That was a missed opportunity, I would say, Mark. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, the only other way that I can kind of like try to understand what they were doing is that maybe they were trying to draw as much feedback out as possible, right? Here are the kind of the extreme reactions to it. Maybe we want to hear from people that are making their thoughts known. They might not have been able to do that if they had done this kind of like, month-long rollout or something. So I don't know. But like I kind of would have liked a heads up because it just sort of changed. I thought my page had been hacked or something, whatever.
Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. All right, well, guys, I took away the share screen because I figured, it's more than enough. Again, there's nothing major positive, certainly, but at least nothing major negative either. I don't think, right? It's all minor, pretty.
So Bill and Kazra have not said anything
stuff
after the announcement. I mean, after the rollover. Nothing's come out from them.
I think they're they're responding in the shows, right, and say, oh, we're doing this, and they're making those some of the tweaks that people I think
Yeah.
request the most, right? But it's not like in terms of like here's what this redesign sets up for the future, right? That part really
Yeah,
hasn't
I
been
mean,
communicated. Yeah.
So
because
after the rollout, they did put out an email
Yeah.
okay,
design, and then at the one of the CAF updates, Bill talked about the redesign and what he, some of the features and what he liked
Mhm.
about it, and answered some of the questions that were in the chat.
but they didn't give like this is our 6-month goal for it, and then future stuff.
No,
No, okay.
no,
So we
but
don't know where it's going from this point on. This could be like an interim kind of thing before they make it better, I guess.
don't know.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, to
Or
me,
anything.
like I said, it's fine as is. If they roll out new changes from here on, it'll be a nice surprise, right? But I mean, I think it kind of still works for me. And I think, Peter, you've talked about how it kind of, you redesigned your intro page, right, and the description that you put at the top. So, at the very end, like I put a new image into like the page that I have. So, like, those little things, I think it kind of like helped me to think about what I would do with my page and redesign it. So, yeah.
Yeah, if the website gets redesigned, then you start thinking, well, maybe I need to do something different. I need to, yeah.
And this is changing topic slightly, going on to something that Ian, Jewish Dragons, had just asked. I'm constant. I have to say, Ian, I'm constantly surprised at some of the things that like I think should be like that people still ask year after year. I never get tired of seeing people who I thought would know the answer to their own question, but they don't, and they still feel like there's something it needs to be verified just in case they're doing something wrong. Check this out. So he says, what do you think about reusing the scans from auction sites? Is that kosher? And I'm just like, really? Like, are you being serious? Like, what? Who cares? You do know, Ian, that nobody owns a scan, right? Even those of us who scan our artwork and we post it online, we don't own the scan. We own our copy that we made, but once you put it online, you've got no rights to the replication of that scan. So yeah, whoever wants to take it and post it elsewhere can do it, which is the whole reason why some people will use watermarks, just because they figure, well, if you're going to take my scans and post them on another website, well, you're sure as hell gonna, you're at least gonna have my name on it, or my logo or watermark of some kind on it or whatever. At least show people where you got it from. That's the whole point, right?
But you can Photoshop that out. I'll tell you.
I know.
I know.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware. But whatever.
Yeah.
But some people
to me, to answer Ian, I say go for it. Use any thing you can. I mean, the art that you have is in your possession. So as long as it's in your possession, yes, you should be able to use that image, right? So if it's heritage or if it's Comic Link or whoever it is. I mean, some people don't have access to a printer or scanner, right, that will work with 1117 or bigger,
right.
Golden Age. I mean, Peter, how do you take your Golden Age pages and scan those in pieces?
Yeah, I do 4 scans,
and
then put them together.
Yeah, that's hard splicing them all together. It's a lot of work.
No, that's actually just a program.
Well, okay, now it's a program. 20 years ago, there wasn't those programs. I'll tell you
that. Right. But you do have to scan it 4 times.
Yeah. Well, it's time, to do that, and so.
Yeah, unless it's something that you've picked up off an auction site.
Yeah, I mean, you can take that Golden Age image and just use that. That'll be perfectly fine because they do the same thing. They splice it together from 4 scans or however many scans that they use. So so Ian, I'd say go for it. Tell your friend it's what it is.
The thing is that surprises me though, Ian, is that you would ask it simply because I would think by now, after all these years on CAF, I would have thought you would have seen like countless scans, that because a lot of people will take from Heritage and they can't be bothered to crop off the scan, so it still says at the bottom, oh, Heritage auctions or whatever. And I'm like, at least crop that off. It looks crap.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
make it look like it's your own scan or whatever, But yeah, no, it's totally fine, Ian. You know what gets me actually is that another weird one similar to Ian's question, where I will have people who buy stuff from me, and I'm talking from anywhere from new people to people who've been around for collecting for 30 years, okay? And they'll buy something, and then a few days later, I'll get this email from them. Oh, hey, I forgot to ask you. Would you mind emailing me a scan of the art so I can, put it up on CAF? I'm like, yeah, but why can't you just right-click on the scan where you bought the page on my website when you bought it?
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you just save it for yourself? Why would you go to the trouble of emailing me to send it to you? Like, it's so weird to me. I don't know. It does not seem odd. Like,
well, it can be, but maybe I'm on a different.
I feel like I might be missing something here, and there's another reason I'm not thinking of why they would do that. But because it just seems odd to me. Because ever since the 1990s, I've been saving images of comic art from online by. Oh, every time I see something I like, right click, save as, whatever. There you go. So why would you? Yeah, it just seems weird to go through. It's so much more trouble to reach out to me personally, privately, and ask me to attach it in the email reply. It's just weird. You could just right click and get it. You know what I mean?
Well, do you take it down as soon as it's bought?
Of course not.
Okay. How long do you have it on your site before it goes off?
Many months.
Many months. Okay. Well, then at that point, you should just direct that person to go to your site and right click it, and that's the easiest way.
No, obviously, and that's what I do. I say, oh,
okay.
Oh, of course I can, and I attach it, and I.
But I think you're getting bent on it too far. That they're directing.
No, it just seems. I'm not bent out of shape. It just seems incredibly weird.
I think you are.
You wouldn't just save it for yourself rather than reach out to me. It's so much more troublesome. Like, why wouldn't you think right click? I don't get that. Maybe I'm missing something.
I don't know. I'd have to run a poll,
Yeah.
Up and down a poll, actually. But you know what?
Yeah. The only thing is, like to answer you, Ian, is my whole thing has always been, listen, it's artwork. So if it's artwork and you love and appreciate your one-of-a-kind artwork, it is incumbent upon you to present said artwork in the best light possible. That's what it should be. So therefore, if the person you bought it from has a very nice quality image of it, take their image, right? If you have a scanner and you like the scan your own image. I always rescan stuff on my own, no matter who I buy from. Other than Comic Link, who, no question, they used to be crap because they used to use a crappy scanner that was broke. It was old and broken, and the left, yep. The entire left third from top to bottom, of every image used to be blurry. Then they eventually changed their scanner several years ago, and finally now it's not, it's a proper scanner, and they make the best scans, like bar none, in the entire hobby, basically. So theirs I will keep, and I don't bother to rescan. But everybody else, I would typically rescan it.
Maybe I'm putting myself in the mindset of the person that's doing the questioning to you of sending him a scan. The way I see it, there's a lot of effort that goes into scanning an item, putting it together, getting it color corrected, stuff like that. I know it's easier now, but maybe it's a lot more work for new collectors to do that because they don't want to go through the hassle of buying a printer or printer scanners, or doing the process. Us old folks, we like that process because that's how we were created. Our galleries and stuff, our collections are built like that.
I know younger guys that they started collecting, and then they ended up buying an 11x17 scanner, and that they enjoy enjoy scanning their own stuff and trying to.
I mean,
enjoy
I'm
the
not saying
process.
every young person that's a young collector will be like that. It's just
Yeah.
there are going to be young collectors that don't want that process. They just want to show their art. And they want to be happy about their art. If it's a little blurry, I think they're okay with it. And to us, we would say, get a better scan, but it doesn't matter to them. So I say, let them be. And, eventually they might say, you know what, this scan that I've had for 5 years is really crappy. I should just go and get a good scan, or have my friend that's a photographer, whatever, who, do something for me and get it on the site. Simple, Simon Stupid. Yeah.
For sure. So Mark had posted, doesn't Heritage use photography rather than scans? So that's the thing, Mark. Like, what they have is, over the years, I always used to think, like, I hear people go like, oh, I love Heritage. Oh, they have the best scans. And in my head, I'd be like, best scans? Like, they're good, but they're not great. They're always washed out. All right. They're always washed out. The inks look washed out. Okay. And that's because, so technically they can call it a scanner, but I call it's still photography. Okay. But it's one of those, what it is they lay the thing down on the table, and hanging above, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 or 4 feet higher up, right? It's a scanner camera.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like photography, but it's like on a track, and it's like, right. So it's still going across like a scanner. But the problem is that because of all that space in between the camera lens and the product you're scanning, it's the same effect as in terms of quality as you get with a camera because of all that space. On a scanner, the fact that it's lying flat on the glass and you bring down the lid to keep all the light out, that makes all the difference. That's what makes the quality so much better on an actual scanner than any kind of photography, So but in fairness to Heritage, Mark, they have no choice because they have, again, forget comic art, right? You know how many auctions and how many pieces in every auction, right? Imagine all the things they have to scan with all the products they sell, right? So they can't just be using a regular scanner. They got no time for that shit. It's all about pumping it out as fast as they can. And so one of those overhead cameras handles all the products, basically, or most of the product, right? So that's why they have to use that. It would take way too long to use a regular scanner.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Peter, Ruben, in my day when I was doing old style graphic design, we called that a stat camera.
Stat
camera? It was a flat horizontal image or a plate, and then you'd have the camera right over it. You'd shoot it, you'd take it into the dark room and develop it.
But in those days, wasn't the camera stationary?
Yes, it was. It wasn't a scanner, but it did high quality. But it did blow up because you had to develop the picture yourself. You had to dodge and burn and make sure that the colors were right, and that was part of the development. So that was the art in itself. Nowadays, scanners can, if they're doing it from, let's say, a 24-inch gap, it's going to add different variances for light sources and, muddle up the final image.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Ian, bottom line is you're okay to.
What?
Sorry, Peter.
Ruben, can I add a couple things?
Of course,
yeah. One thing that's hard is when you have a painting, like the painting that serves as a cover, and you can't really scan that, so you have to take a photograph of it. And
tell me though, when you say that you can't really scan that, do you mean because you're scared of laying the painting down on the scanner glass, or because you think it's just more difficult because of the size is bigger and all that?
The size is bigger. Sometimes it's on board that doesn't bend, so it's
framed.
Yeah,
trust me.
Yeah,
trust me. I at my peak, I had like over 200 paintings, right? And I scanned every single last one of them. And the oversized ones that I got to make multiple scans of and pieces, right? I used to average, including the stitching time, I used to average like an hour per painting. all the time spent just trying to get one high quality image, for my files or whatever, But
Guys, I can see Ruben
enjoy
yelling
doing it.
at the scanner or the photography, just get it right.
Yeah, but I enjoy doing it, so I was okay with it. I
You're a
loved it, so
masochist. I got it.
no problem. But Robert,
what size scanner did you have?
it's an old Epson. It's an old Epson. It's probably
Flatbed.
It's probably it's a flatbed. It's at least, let's put it this way. I bought it in 2004, and at that time, it was a closeout because they had stopped making that model.
Right. So what's the image size though that you were scanning?
Oh, my largest paintings are like 40 inches tall. So 40 inches tall by like
38,
26 wide or yeah.
So what size was the scanner image? What size was the scanner image when you scan? What size was the glass on the scanner?
Well, it's a standard 11 by 17.
11 by 17. Okay.
Yeah. And so my largest ones, the largest paintings, it took 8 scans. Yeah, 8 scans that I had to stitch later on or whatever. Yeah, those took me a long time, whatever. But they all took a while, whatever. But yeah, but I love, like I said, I love doing it, and I just wanted to get a good, nice record of it. I just don't like taking photographs. When I would take a photograph, I was never satisfied, with the look of the photograph. So I would rather.
Are you ever satisfied, Ruben? I don't know, because I've known you for a long time, huh?
Yeah.
Satisfaction not guaranteed.
And well, the other thing I wanted to just say was, hey, Ian, don't feel badly if you feel like Ruben has kind of raked you over the coals.
I didn't rake him over the coals. I'm just saying, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that when veterans say things that my instinct is like, really? Like, I would think that only like somebody new to the hobby would be thinking, like, that's all. I'm like I said, it's not just him. People I know, good friends of mine that have been around for 30 years, I see them sometimes asking things like that. Again, I have people who, again, I've known them for 30 years. They bought from me things, art from me for 30 years over the years, here and there, and they still ask me, "Hey, can you send me a scan of that thing I bought?" Just what?
Yeah, Ruben, I'm going to post on CAF for the first time in a while. I'm going to send you a few pieces to scan for me. Can you do that? Absolutely free, right? Oh. I'm shocked at your behavior.
But anyways, listen. The bottom line is, Ian, yes, you're free. Nobody has rights to the scan. Take the scan. If it's a quality, to me, the point is, people should use the best quality images possible. And so if you think the best quality image you're going to get is it's that, then in taking it from Heritage, because you bought it from Heritage, then yeah, take it from Heritage. But please see if you can get some basic software where you can crop the image nicely, at least crop off that Heritage auction thing. Like, I don't want to see that. It just, I don't know, it just looks weird.
Mark, I got a question for you. Do you scan or do you photograph?
Scan. I used to photograph, but that was the old days, right?
What, DSLR or something like that, or
my phone? I mean, I think kind of
your phone.
That was the easiest thing for me at the time. But then once you get that Epson workforce scanner, it just makes everything easier. So
yeah, just get more of your collection up there, Ian. That's it. Okay, so let me quickly segue to what these guys were talking about. Well, let me see. Just any last minute. Auction house prefer me to spend money on a scanner or buy more art. That's not their business. It's not their business,
MLB, I know you know the answer to that one.
A younger collectors are less tech savvy. I didn't say that, Carl.
No, Stanley did.
Okay. A high quality photo from my Galaxy phone will have to do. Yeah, listen. Even for those of you who use photos, at least make the effort to try to make it as good a photo as possible. That's, please, as somebody who likes to admire your artwork, it's really bothersome to me to see people lazily use shitty photos, and it's clear they don't care. It's clear when somebody didn't make an effort. You know what I mean? I just
Ruben,
feel
you're
like,
really into this one.
no,
I know.
I've always been very passionate about the fact
I
that
know you have.
this is artwork. Artwork is about beauty. It's about enjoying beauty, and you're just ruining it for me.
But the beauty is seeing it in person, not on a scan.
If
In my
it
opinion,
makes it look terrible, then what's the point?
I would rather see it in person. That's the beauty for me, because as a scan photograph, it's a facsimile because it's a next generation of. It's my eye seeing a second generation. Beauty is in person. You can see a Franz Klein, or you can see a Picasso in person. Van Gogh, they're beautiful, but as an image that's on the Metropolitan Museum, it looks like, okay, it's just another picture to me. I mean, Mark, you've got some framed pieces behind you. They look amazing to you right now, right? If you turn around, to me, they don't look like anything because they're just flat
You're seeing them on the screen, right?
RGB images.
Yeah.
It is just dead cells to me, and I'm passionate about that. We're gonna have an arm wrestling, Ruben and I.
Poor Ian is searching the web for therapists now.
He was asking.
I'm his therapist. Don't you mock him.
He just wanted to hear your views, but
you can always redo stuff, right? I mean, kind of like, I started off posting photos, then I did scans. Try something, put something out there, just get started. And then you can.
You know what?
Redo.
Ian, take pictures of the art with like gerbil hair and other objects next to it, like a pizza, and then send it to Ruben. He'll love that.
Well,
okay.
Maybe you send your art to Ruben and he'll scan it for you.
Well, he said no to me. Peter, come on.
I mean, shit. Like, I don't know. It takes time. I like doing it for myself, but I have some I have a couple of local friends that'll from time to time, because they don't have scanners, I got to do their scans. Of course, I'm not gonna say no to them because they're friends, but it's not.
You have friends?
It's not as easy to get enthused about taking the time I take. It's not just making the quick scan. It's manipulating it to try to get it, in Photoshop to look as close, the scan as close as possible, to the original. And so
Wait, you don't go with the first scan you do? You do a little doctoring after the fact? Is that it?
Of course, because the scanner
plagiarism.
Changes it, right? The scanner changes it, right? Making it
Yeah.
brighter, lighter. So mostly it's contrast, lightness. The yellowing on the paper gets yellower with a scanner, so you got to reduce the, So
what I do is I just apply whiteout on the art itself. Any place that's yellow, that'll fix it up.
Re-ink some spaces.
Yeah,
re-ink
re-ink.
some spots.
It's
why not?
It's okay. It's remarked is the word.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have some problem with the scanner capturing the age of the page sometimes. Which was when I have to go in and adjust the tone or whatever. I
actually like the patina. That's what I like.
I want the patina, but sometimes the scanner might not capture it, and that's.
Oh, you're saying okay? I misheard you then. Sorry about that, Peter.
Then I have to go in and manually adjust it, and it's a pain in the butt.
So okay, let me segue here because earlier Alberto had put this: Death of Superman cover sold 1.87 million. This is not a long topic, so we can just kind of quickly cover it.
So who bought it?
Who was thinking about it? For those of you thinking about it, who was surprised? Who was not surprised? I don't know. And first of all, my panel, you guys in the chat, obviously start telling me what you think.
Okay,
about that.
can I be stupid? Is it the one with the flag and that one?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know
the actual death issue.
This is going to come across like sour grapes, right? I'm jealous that I couldn't spend 1.87 million. It's a flag. It's a Superman flag. as an image, it's not the strongest image. What it
No.
is, it's kind of like, but it's historic, right?
It's
I
an
mean,
iconic image.
yeah, I remember like opening that black plastic bag, reading the story, which is not that great. I think
Yeah.
it's memorable, but it's not that great of a story. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think somebody wanted it, right? I think kind of if they're willing, if that's something that is meaningful to them, you know, hopefully it's that and not just like I'm going to buy an asset that I can like hold for a few years and then kind of flip down the road.
Well,
Well, I would think at these price levels, I mean, shit, even high or mid five figures and up. I really think that there is some certainly level of long-term investment thinking going on. Yes, they like the piece they're probably buying at those prices, but I do think that they're thinking, oh man, like these kinds of higher end pieces have been doing really well in the last 5-6 years. Like they keep going up, blah blah blah.
I mean, that piece in particular definitely has a chance of maintaining its value, right? We're still talking about
Yeah.
this story, what, 34 years later?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
I mean, why not? I think 30 years from now, people will still say, "Oh yeah, that was the issue that Superman died."
Exactly.
So,
but
yeah,
he didn't die.
well, we know he didn't die. He's never going to die. So.
There's a spoiler right there. You know what image I really like the cover of is the one where all the Justice League characters are carrying his coffin.
Yeah.
That one to me is a really nice one.
The one that I saw at OAX, I think that was the most striking to me was the one with Jimmy Olsen, and you can see the fight with Superman and Doomsday in his camera lens.
Oh, yeah.
That to
okay.
me was, I love
Yeah.
seeing that in person. Not so much the ones where they're kind of, delivering haymakers or whatever.
Alberto says, I was the underbidder. The one time I decided to try to get a DC page and I got outbid.
Alberto, I have a bridge in the Everglades that I need to sell you.
It's going, Robert says, it's going into the vault at Nakatomi Plaza.
Pretty much. Some hedge fund guy.
Wasn't that the plaza that came down? Didn't it all come down in rubble? No?
No.
It was just a few floors at the top that got destroyed,
Hans
or what?
Gruber fell off of it, but that's about it.
Yeah, but there wasn't a big explosion that destroyed a few floors or something. I haven't seen it since it came out, so I couldn't,
Can I ask? What
Oh.
was the lowest? Was the lowest price on any of the pages the one with the Kents? That's just what I'm interested in. That one.
I got to tell you, I never even got a chance to look at the results of the pages, the interior pages. So I don't know what anything went for in the end. I wasn't following them. So anything surprisingly out of the crazy high or anything, or?
I just took a quick look. I think before the auctions had closed. Yeah, they seemed high. So
okay.
I mean, good for Comic Connect. I like Mike. Talk to him at like almost every show, and good for them. Yeah,
for sure. Welcome, American Discord. First timer here says, I remember seeing that book hit the stands. First thought was weak sticks. You mean first thought when you saw the artwork sell, or when you thought you saw the comic on the stands? Yeah.
What is weak sticks? I don't know what that means.
I guess that means kind of like, that's crap. It's weak. It's just.
Oh,
that's what I assume.
I'm not in with the kids.
American Discord will let us know, I'm sure, if he's still here with us watching. Comic Connect was openly sharing at OAX that they had several people or groups that wanted to go after the whole thing. You mean several groups who wanted to try to be the buyer and winner of every piece? Is that what you mean? Because that's not likely to happen. It sounds a little bit exaggerated. I don't think there's multiple groups or people that would say, "Oh yeah, I want to get the cover and all the pages." Don't forget, also, it's not even a complete book because there was 2 pages missing.
Is Comics Connect Metropolis?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean they promote the hell out of it too. So it was there's nobody has missed this auction.
Can I ask a stupid question? Was this owned by one person, or were multiple people putting this in?
What do you mean?
I mean, all these pages that are for sale or on the auctions.
I believe, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but the assumption I don't know. I believe it all came from one source.
Yeah,
One
one
source,
person who
okay.
had bought it back in the day. I think the only
Right.
other piece that wasn't owned by the collector was that bloody Superman logo.
Yeah, so somebody's talking about that. Let me get to that in a second. I just want to say first, American Discord has said that he's clarified that the cover, the Superman 75, it felt like advert material, not front cover. Splash pages from the story were all much stronger.
Okay. All right.
But again, it was iconic. It was it's one of those things where it's the idea of what happened that they're trying to portray on the cover, right? Just having the flag, the stick with the makeshift flag there, the cape as the flag.
Mhm.
Fine art. Fine art.
Yeah, fine art. Exactly. There you go. So that's it. So do you think the cheapest was about 50K? Or you're not sure though? Okay. If that's correct, man, that's really strong. Wow. That's really wow. Shemp's art, man. Caesar says 51K was the cheapest. Holy crap. That is very impressive, I must say. Wow. You know what? I got to say, for 18 pages, I think there were 18 pages available, whatever the number was, given that the cheapest was 51K, the cheapest, I got to say, 1.75 million for the cover. Yeah, given what other sort of iconic, classic artwork has sold for over the last 5-6 years, it's not that it's not a lot of money, but it's not shocking me either. I kind of wouldn't have been surprised if it went for 3 million or more or whatever. I don't know. But at the same time, I will also say if it had gone for 1 million or 900,000, not even breaking a million, I also would have thought, yeah, okay, yeah, it sounds good to me, because how do you price something like that, right? There's no comp for it, right? So it's whatever feels in the moment kind of thing, right? Whatever the bidders are feeling, so.
Alberto says it was 10.2 million total for everything. So
Jeez.
MLB says what? At least I don't know who are you talking to, MLB? I know it's 4 minutes ago. At least Ruben answers. I tried calf show before Bill. Hold on. Let me try to reread that. Tried calf show before Bill nor anyone.
Okay, so he's saying that at least you answer his questions, but in Bill's
You're more
show,
responsive,
he didn't get
Ruben,
anybody.
than on other shows.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Obviously, I do that, MLB. But it just sounds like you were replying to somebody, and I if you did, I don't know. I guess I missed who you replied.
Ian and I had an exchange where he joked, "Boy, I'm never asking any more questions on this show." I didn't really joke, and I said,
Okay.
"Don't be shy."
Actually, MLB, Ruben just likes to hear himself talk.
Oh,
So he'll answer anybody.
I think that's one of the appeals of this show is that you do answer all the questions.
I agree with you. I mean, that's what I set out to do, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think in the end, after X amount of years, I think it got to that point where I succeeded in what I set out to do. I do believe that the people who come here regularly, during the live portion of the show, I think for the most part, that's the thing that they probably like the most, that I don't ignore them and that I make them part of the show, Yeah, I hope so. Anyways, My
inner child is breaking every time I hear you.
What?
My inner child is breaking every time I hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the other shows, but
neither am I. Yeah. But it's a different sort of But listen. When I decided to try to do some entertainment on YouTube, I realized I had to do it in a different way because otherwise I'd just be. It would feel like a copy of the CAF Plus, right? It's like, well, you already have CAF Plus doing four shows a week at the time. Why should I do the same exact thing, right? So and I've said this before. The reason I did it this way, this is why I decided to. This was the impetus for me to try doing a YouTube entertainment thing. It was okay. I'm gonna do what I've been enjoying from the confines of the live chat at CAF Plus, right? Because I was a big supporter for many years, right? I'm gonna do the same thing that Bill's doing, but the one thing that bugs me about when I'm watching Bill's shows, back 5 years ago, was that I often had mine and other people, right, in the chat ignored, right, the comments and questions or whatever, that just constantly ignored. And again, not to blame Bill for that, because it wasn't that type of show, right? He was the show, and he wanted people to just listen and watch, right? And from time to time, he could take a comment or a question, whatever. That's the type of show it was. So that's just what it is, which is fine, because that's what he set out to do. I'm just saying it bugged me enough to where I was like, man, it would be so much more fun if you would acknowledge me, and acknowledge my friends who keep putting, like, I would see a lot of guys in the chat posting comments or questions that I wanted to see get answered. And right. And when you don't see it you see it get ignored, it's like, and so that was it. That's why I decided to do it this way. Cause I just said, okay, I'm going to do basically similar stuff, except I'm going to make the audience a part of the show and let them see that they can become part of the show, instead of ignoring them or whatever. So,
well,
anyway.
I like this show because it's long, like my descriptions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like, I like that I can dip in and out, right? I've been kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mark, you also love the fact that I don't take offense to it, right? I don't have some huge ego where I'm going to be like, what do you mean you didn't watch my show again this week? You know what I mean? Imagine I started emailing people like privately, like, hey, I noticed you weren't in the chat this week.
Well, I always felt guilty. My work schedule is eased up a bit. That's why I'm able to kind of come around more. But I felt a little guilty that I couldn't always, be at every single show. So
yeah, but what's funny about that, Mark, is even me, like, right, like I would up until I stopped, for those first 2.5 years at the Cath Plus, I was there. I probably posted, me and Marcus probably posted more comments than anybody else. And I was there every show from start to finish. And I'll admit, it's not like I loved being there every second of every show, but I felt like, this is part of trying to grow the hobby. We're fooling around in the chat. It makes new people or shy people who are watching but not saying anything, it hopefully makes them see that, look, we're just clowning around, right? We're easygoing people, and hopefully it gets them to loosen up and maybe post some comments. That was my thinking about why I did what I did. But yeah, I remember thinking also, like, God, another show. It's almost 9:00 again. It's like I want to do other things, right? But I felt guilty.
I like that you've embraced
if I wasn't there.
Like that you've embraced the hangout format, because
really
I felt bad for you, because like you felt like you were like in those like a few months ago, it seemed like you were struggling to get topics or find guests, and so like
I was.
You just you've just gone a little wild with it, freelance, whatever. I think it works. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'm a worrywart in that sense, because there is an audience to play to. And so I always still, week to week, no joke, I'm doing a lot more of these hangouts, right? Which is nice, because I've saved myself 15 hours of not doing prep work for a show and tell or whatever, so that's been nice. But I gotta tell you, I still suffer from stressing from the Sunday when the show finishes to the next Sunday, like, oh, what am I going to do? Okay, well, it's probably a hangout, but can I come up with something that we plan to talk about? Or like, should it just be anything goes again? Like, so I'm still stressing the 7 days. Like, what are we going to do? What am I going to do? Are they going to get pissed because I don't do something more planned out? Or like, are they liking this or not? What, I don't know. So I'm still kind of stressing, but it's still a lot less stress than it used to be. But I appreciate that you appreciate, that I embraced it more, and it's almost like I had no choice. I feel like I had no choice.
Well, my suggestion for you next week would be to analyze Peter's descriptions on each of his
that'll
gallery
be a whole
things.
That'll
we
be a
can
whole
analyze it to death.
For sure. Yeah.
No, we're going to be talking about chopping mall.
Chopping mall. There you go.
Yes, let's do it.
A quick question. Is since you're doing this show because it's fun, to me it feels like the calf shows are more like a business now than before. Am I wrong? Because I haven't watched the shows in a long
Well,
time. So
you can't be asking me because you know I
no,
don't
no,
watch
no.
those
I
shows
know, but
anymore.
I'm just
So
saying to. Okay,
yeah.
it's Peter and Mark. So would you agree with that, or you just have no opinion about it?
I mean, it definitely seems like they're putting more out there, right? In terms of the programming that's going on YouTube, you've got the Thursday night show, you've got the dueling dealers, you've got the collector interview. So actually, maybe there's not more content. Maybe to me it just seems like there are, but to me, the content itself doesn't seem that much different.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they treat it a little more seriously, like the Thursday night show, but like I don't know. Peter, what do you think?
So Bill of late, I mean, Bill has tried to keep the show, within 2 hours or 2.5 hours or something like that, particularly on the update and things like that. I think that's about the range. But there has been sort of a proliferation of types of shows that are not hosted by Bill. But since then new people like Kazra and everybody have come aboard, and they're doing more indie art and other types of art, and then they've had some shows about here are the a 101 about inventory of your art collection, or 101 about framing or scanning or whatever, those kinds of things. So
Mm-hmm.
there has been a proliferation of other shows that are not hosted by Bill, like maybe Kazra, and sometimes they'll have things that like Kazra has been interviewed on some other show. So I think there is more diversity,
Mm-hmm.
at the same time that Bill tries to keep his shows within a certain time limit. Whereas in the past, a couple of years ago, they would be a lot longer. So
Yeah.
it's clear that when he gets to midnight, or when he gets at the 2 hour mark, he's looking at, okay, I need to wrap it up under 3 hours.
Okay.
Unlike this show. I like the fact that you mentioned those other shows, but like, have those tapered off? Because I don't see those other shows as often as I used to.
There was certainly a surge of that. Of late, no. I think what we're encountering is sort of the, I got to take a break after OAX. I mean,
Sure.
everybody's just taking a long deserved pause I can't imagine what it's like to put together, any show and a show like that. So, I think we'll probably see more of it. We'll see pick up with tempo. Will pick up a bit.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Well, anyways, yeah. So okay, so the last topic I wanted to touch upon, because I was very curious, and Carl is still here. So Carl, before you arrived, I think it was, geez, it's been so long now. I don't know if it was before you arrived or not now. I can't remember. But I mentioned that you had, when I promoted, I guess it was probably before you came. I promoted your latest video, and I mentioned how you talked about in very sort of mysterious terms about that whole thing, whatever. Which I saw you later. I highlighted one of your comments. So yeah. So and then I think it was Marcus. Somebody posted again something about that what's the artist name? The $100,000 guy.
Quintana.
Quintana. Yeah, Quintana. So you guys seem to know something, or something's been going on, and you keep talking about those tweets earlier. All right, so I don't know if that's related to Quintana or I don't know what's going on, but why don't you guys, somebody say something specific, because I want to know what's going on. I want to see if it's worth talking about. I want to know if anybody's going to say anything with actual detail and not more skullduggery or whatever. Like, yeah.
Is there shill bidding going on?
Yeah, I'm curious about the whole. Yeah, if anybody knows anything more about the whole Quintana thing, do tell. I'm curious to see. I haven't heard anything after.
Marcus, Marcus says something. They had
Okay.
a very cover comic drop yesterday.
Okay, hold on.
Who did?
Hold on. Let me get there. But Mr. American Discord says, I'm here often, Ruben. Well, you first time you said anything, though, right? I never pipe up, but I got opinions on some of the DOS original art stuff. I love seeing energetic OA collectors, hot takes, and collectors. Excellent. Hey, no problem. Listen, not everybody who watches live comments, so it's okay. It's all good. And I do appreciate you commenting today, so at least I know you exist, and I know that you watch, man. So thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so let me see. Hold on. I'm going to make sure the other guys didn't have something worthwhile that I didn't want to forget. It's the reason why my guests don't get to talk for the first 45 minutes. That's true. On the update, okay, Bill's got a lot going on. Carl, yes, 51K. Okay. Oh, yeah, by the way, guys, Caesar mentioned that only 3 out of the Superman 75 pages sold for under $100,000. Wow, that's oh my gosh.
So
And
who's buying these pages?
Huh?
Who's buying them?
Well, listen, that's the same question you can ask about practically every 5-figure and above piece that has sold in the last 5-6 years, right? So, yeah.
That's what I always ask myself about fine art.
Yeah, well, there you go. Similar concept, though. You're not far. You're not off the mark there on that one, Yeah. So, okay. So let's see. Oh, Maki Pupu says Ruben was the best guest back when he used to do Bill's show. Nice. Hey, I don't think anybody ever told me that, but if you mean that, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's nice of you to say, Michael. I think I made 5 or 6 appearances. The show with Ruben versus Fish was fun. Ruben versus Fish. I don't remember doing a face-off with anybody, let alone with someone named Fish. But okay, mind you, it's been years. So we always had like 4 people in the studio at least, not 2 people. McFarlane Bloodwind figure just got revealed. No lie, wanted. Okay, what are you talking about? Some crappy characters action figure, Carl.
Bloodwind.
Jesus.
Hey, that was Martian Manhunter, man. You don't diss Martian Manhunter.
Okay. I went off on Bill over super chats. Man, you got a memory for the weirdest things. I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. Looks cool. Thanks for the info, Caesar. Yes, sir, indeed. Thank you, Caesar. Appreciate it. Cap shows are fun, same as before. Cap has a lot of different shows, collector interviews, sales shows, weekly update. Yep. Find Cap too slow and boring, too much time spent on one topic, on one piece. I think you could probably say this. We do the same thing at times because the show's so long here, but Preach Hard, Calf Plus is a constant infomercial. I will say, again, having not watched it in the last couple of years, last 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, whatever. I can't say for myself, having seen it myself, but I have a few friends who have told me who, from time to time still watch it, and they say that they don't watch it as much as they used to for the reason that you mentioned, that what you brought up, I think, Hart, that they all said the same thing to me. They're like, yeah, it's all becoming about sales. It's all about selling, blah, blah, blah. Sales.
And this is a hobby. This is not supposed to be about sales. I know that's a weird comment because we sell art as well. But.
Right, but the thing is that ever since Kessler got involved, on the one hand, I think things have gotten better, but on the second, on the other hand, because he has turned it into a business that he's trying to now grow, right? With an eventual exit plan, whatever that may be. So now it matters that in order to grow it, you have to make money. You've got to start making, you got to monetize it. And so on the one hand, a lot of people hate the fact that there's so many sales shows, but at least I can tell you that's the reason. I just know as a business person myself, for sure that's the reason. If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but obviously if my friends are telling me it's always constantly sales shows, and I can just say that, oh well, I wouldn't want to watch that myself, but I can at least say I know why they're doing that. For sure, it's because now they have to try. If they're trying to grow the company, and they have to monetize it, and that's how else do you monetize it?
Yeah.
Doing more and more sales shows like that.
Well, I hope that the new collectors coming in don't think this is just about the money. That's the thing. It's like when we got into it, we were buying art because this panel looked great. Oh, this Golden Age page looked great, or I love this character. Things like that. With the trends that are out there, the influencers out there that are influencing Pokemon or Magic or other, hobbies that are turning into more like flipping sales, stuff like that. One would hope that CAF won't give the wrong impression to new collectors. Do it for the love first and foremost. If you have to sell, but don't just go into it with, I'm going to buy this and flip it for 3 times as much later on.
Right. Well, listen, for the most part, our hobby has been, in the high 90 percentile point range of truly collectors, and even though, you'll see some, you might notice people on CAF or wherever, they seem to sell quite often. Even a lot of those guys, it's not because, they bought with the intent of trying to flip. It's because there's a lot of guys whose eyeballs are much bigger than their wallets and bank accounts. And so what happens is they get taken in by the squirrel factor. Like, oh, look at that piece. I got to get it. I'm excited in the moment. I get it. Right. But they don't have the financial wherewithal to do that constantly. And so what happens is they find themselves finding more pieces constantly that they want to have, but realize, I don't have money because they kept buying those other squirrels. So, but they figure, I don't have the money, but if I sell that piece, I don't like that piece that much. I like this one better. And so that's why they'll flip, they'll put up for sale stuff they only bought 2 or 3 months ago. You know what I mean? So it's not like, it's not always, when you see guys flipping like that, it's not always because, their whole intent was to try to flip and make a profit. For a few guys it is. But a lot of times when you see that, it's guys who just can't control their impulses. They buy everything they like, and they don't have enough money to afford everything they like. So they have to keep, sending shit back to auction, putting things up on sale to try to get the money for the next piece they want to get, Hopefully
Mark, Peter, do you guys run after squirrels, or are you guys focused? I mean, Peter, you with your war art, I'm sure you're focused all the time there.
Yeah, I'm always focused. I probably do more running after squirrels than I should.
Really? But because your stuff is great. I mean, it doesn't seem like squirrels, honestly. It's
no. Well, yeah. I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. There are some things that just don't interest me, and some things that look odd to me, and some things that I just don't care for. Alan Barnard put up some great Russ Heath pages that I just wasn't interested in. And I think they had been with Berkey for a bit, and but they were very meaningful to him. He read those books. He loved. That's probably his favorite period of DC. Those books are his favorite DC war, and so I just find that my interests to some extent are changing a little bit as I collect. So this is a very rambling answer, but
no, I appreciate it. I mean, I want to know what kind of directions because we all fine tune our collections after a while, right? So is that what you're kind of doing?
I think, I've prioritized that. I have a want list now. I don't call it a grail because of, there's only one grail, right? You can't have a list of grails, but so you could also call it a bucket list. That's sort of helped me focus a little bit more. But there are also things that I'm learning about that I would like to maybe have a bit of representation in the collection. So there's those two things going on. So there's some nostalgia that's driving the collection. There's also things that I don't have nostalgia for, but are significant things in that area that I I would like to have.
Mhm.
Then there are these new areas that I don't really know much about that appeal to me. So
Okay.
I guess I guess I'm not really a squirrel chaser, but I guess I am always looking.
Okay. Well, you, Mark?
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
mean,
Peter.
I've only been in this hobby for 5 years, but I think currently pretty focused. I have a list of artists whose work I really like. I'm not nostalgia driven or character driven. It's mostly like artists whose work I've kind of read and respect, and I get those pages, and I get certain pages from within, those artists' work. Yeah, so essentially, I'm checking off a list right now, and I
Okay.
know like the pages that I want to get. I'm trying to kind of be as relatively single-minded. I think at OAX, I bought a bunch of Caroline Cash pages, and I didn't really expect to do that. I like her work, but I didn't expect to, kind of.
I'm not familiar with her as artist.
Yeah, she was at OAX this year
Okay.
at the
All right.
Athenium booth, and up and comer. I think kind of won industry awards. She's
Mhm.
on the rise, but like I think kind of mostly for the most part, I've got my spreadsheet. Like for each artist, there's pages that I want, and I'm trying to just check as many off of that list as possible.
Oh, Peter, do you have a spreadsheet? Because that's interesting that I don't have a spreadsheet. So I was like, I never met too many people that do spreadsheets, honestly, other than for comics.
For your collection, or
Yeah, for your collection.
Yeah, I have a
collection. Okay.
So yeah, I have a spreadsheet, and actually one of the new shows that they had probably a year ago, Mikhail and Jeff Wedding were interviewed by Tatiana about some basics about what's the best thing to do about collecting and curating your collection, and they talked about doing a very robust inventory Excel spreadsheet. And I had an Excel spreadsheet, but based on what they said, I made it. I added more content to it because I think it's useful to have, if only for if something happens to you, for example.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But it also gives you it's also an incredibly useful reference for you to look at, your patterns, how much what something you paid for, how much you paid for, some similar piece. It's a very easy lookup thing. Maybe you have certain like you're looking pages from a certain story, and so you can easily kind of look it up on your spreadsheet. So basically, yeah, definitely do a spreadsheet. And it's pretty up to date.
So both you guys would agree to tell new collectors to start a spreadsheet,
or just like a list. I think
Okay.
like a spreadsheet functions for me just as a list. I'm not like there's nothing fancy about it. Just kind of a way to keep things organized.
or a text file or a notepad or something like that. Yeah.
One of the things I really kind of criticize about myself is I didn't keep good data, about what I collected, early on. And so there's a lot of things that I just guess at, like how much I bought. And I had to go back and figure out what were the dates that I bought it. And in many pieces, thankfully, for example, sketchbooks, I got photographs of the artist with the piece or me with that artist. And so I have a date.
Oh, okay.
And I can fix that date. I know which convention it was, et cetera. But there are
it's provenance that you create for yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
But
that's cool.
Yeah.
Guys, perfect segue. Just want to say perfect timing as we are at midnight on the East Coast and 9:00 p.m. on the West Coast. Our wonderful friend Mark Vega is tapping out. He's got to go. And just want to say thank you again, Mark, man. Really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Mark.
Too many years.
Thanks, Peter.
Too many years since we had
Transfers rock.
Yeah. I'll try to come on more often. Like if you need a guest, like I'm happy to chime in. It actually flies by when you're actually
in the studio, right?
Or in studios.
Yeah. It's different. I appreciate that, man. So thank you very much again. And like I said, you're always welcome. So on any kind of topic, if you want to jump in, whatever. I'm not doing open studio anymore for security purposes. So I'm always going to have to like, hey, anybody want to join me? Let me know, but everybody should know that, if you won't see a key to the studio publicly posted in the description down below anymore. But if you're listening or watching us talk about a topic that you'd like to get in on, just say, hey, can I get a link and come in with you? No problem. And I'll email it to you.
Sounds good. I just want to like call out my feedback. It's like some good right here, some constructive comments from MLB and Alberto. So I appreciate
where?
that.
Hold on. Let me get down to the bottom here. Let me get down to the bottom.
I just want to know, is anybody slamming me? It's all about me. Sorry.
MLB says Mark was good. Mark's always good. Mark's a good guy, and he's very intelligent, well-spoken. Is there anything else? What a wimp that Mark guy is. 4 hours is barely a start.
All right. I'm going to bring some Gatorade for the next one, some protein bars. Yeah.
Hey, Mark, it's been a pleasure, really. Thank you.
Very thoughtful comments. Thank you, Mark. And thanks for not raking me over the coals for not being a horror fan.
That's my job.
That's my job.
Give Castle Freak another chance. Yeah, do a second or third viewing. You might bump it up a little bit.
But yeah, thank you again, Mark. Really, honestly. Welcome anytime. You know that.
Sounds good.
Okay, man. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, that was awesome, man. Love Mark. Okay.
I thought you loved me. You always tell me when we're together. Oh.
Well, I always tell you when I whisper sweet nothings in your ear.
Sweet nothings. It's always, I'm the last to know. Peter, do you want a man horse such as myself? Because I'm available now.
Yeah, that's nice. Good to hear that.
I just got jilted on streaming from Ruben, so I'm available.
Okay.
I only require a little cot in the back. That's all I'm asking for.
Mickey was there. What's up, Mickey? Says I buy what I like, but I guess it was the question to the squirrels.
Squirrely things.
The squirrels, yeah. Set myself a limit on the amounts that I want to spend, says Mickey. Yeah. Don't do spreadsheets.
Are there any other Legion pages available?
How much I spend? What's that?
I said, are there any Legion pages left for Mickey to buy? Really?
Wow, he doesn't just buy Legion though. Yeah, and if you look at what he posts, he focuses on Legion, Supergirl, and Silver Surfer, but if you look at the collection, what he posts, okay, yes, he still posts Legion and Supergirl.
Yeah,
and Silver Surfer,
he does.
But having said that, from time to time, there's those that trio.
The way I know Mickey is I knew him as the Legion guy. It's like
of course, for a lot of people, for sure.
Yeah, it's like,
Mickey collects Legion. I didn't know that.
No, he doesn't. We're just joking.
Oh, okay. I thought
it's like you don't collect war; you collect romance.
Carl, Carl, reach out to me, Carl, and we haven't had a web chat in a while. We should have a web chat when you have some time. Mark was good. He was good indeed. Yeah. What a win.
You're repeating yourself.
Yeah, I know. Too late to jump on now. It's never too late to jump on, Carl. Don't say that. Not enough van stories from Hart.
Yeah, that's my Russ Heath van story.
Maybe that's what I should do to take a real break one week, like play like a repeat of a past show, and I don't, and it'll be your van story,
Yeah.
That was a classic. I was a little light on the dildo.
Oh, John.
John, of course, John would say something like that.
Yeah, that would be John.
I was a little light. Jeez.
Well, I'm not a dildo freak. I'm a castle freak.
Good one. I like that. Feedback. Heart is needy. There
yes, very much.
Time for the second half of the show to start now, says Alberto. Oh, that's funny.
I'm surprised Stanley hasn't said, talk about art.
Yeah, seriously. Well, we have been kind of talking about art,
Yeah.
So maybe that's why he didn't feel the need. Felix needs to be here, dang. Why does he need to be here? You don't think it's a good show unless Felix is here? I mean, the guy makes 2 or 3 appearances, and suddenly you think like it's not a worthwhile channel to watch without him. You need to see Felix. Yeah, it's, by the way, in all seriousness, thanks for reminding me. I really got to get off my ass and, prep a show and tell with Felix. It's my fault. It hasn't happened yet. Technically, it's both our faults, because the thing is that Felix, when I tried to nail him down for a date for the show, he was like, oh, well, I don't know. Like, you know what? Just go through the selection process. When you've picked your stuff, let me know. And then, we'll pick a date. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. But the thing is, I've never done that before for anybody. I've always gotten a date, a commitment date. And then once I've got that commitment, I start working on the show. I work better with a deadline. And so since Felix's last appearance, I haven't done anything to work on our future show and tell episode, simply because of the fact that he wants me to do the selection process first before he gives me a date. Since there's no date, and it takes me hours of work to go through do the selection process. That's why I don't have the impetus. When I don't have the impetus of a deadline, it's just kind of like, it's just easy to just, I'll do another show and tell, no big deal, whatever, I'm not show and tell, sorry, hangout or whatever. Yeah, so that's the reason. And if anybody was wondering why or where that Felix show and tell is, but I do got to get off my ass, and I'll start getting to it now, because I do want to get him back to do that show and tell. So he doesn't let us have Supergirl. You talking about Mickey? Mickey posts some amazing stuff across a lot of different things. Yeah, and every day too. Love his war. Even today, he's posted a great Stuart Immonen Avengers. Really?
Yeah,
you see?
Great piece. Yeah, that was a great piece.
Yeah. Mickey posts sweet pieces nonstop. No, for the show to go on longer. Right. Jesus. Economy is strong though. Auction every month, every week, sometimes same day. Yeah. There's auctions. It's all auction all the time. That's what this hobby has become. So clearly the economy is still strong enough for that, Felix is busy taking care of family. He takes care of family, and then he also takes a lot of trips out to the movie theater to watch John Woo movies as well. So don't worry, he's got time to do a show and tell. Felix is not interested in a date with Ruben.
I share some of his the appeal of John Woo movies.
Do you?
I like them? Yeah, I like many of them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's like I mentioned in the past on a past episode that like, and in conjunction with the fact that that's what that Felix likes a lot. I just remember being into action movies, guns and pow, 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 shooting each other in the 80s for sure. That was like the decade for it. And by the early 90s, a little bit more in the early 90s. And then I can't even really explain to you guys, but I just suddenly lost my taste for it. Like I just got actioned out. I was like, okay, that's enough. Since I don't know, probably since around 93, 94 ish, I never seem to be in the mood to watch action movies. I'd rather have a story than a bunch of explosions and gunfire and I don't know. Yeah,
I'd rather watch Fried Green Tomatoes than A Better Tomorrow.
I would absolutely watch Fried Green Tomatoes again for the umpteenth time than For a Better Tomorrow. Absolutely, Peter.
I like For a Better Tomorrow.
I love that movie.
Oh my gosh! But my point that I wanted to say was that with the whole Felix thing and John Woo is that I used to from time to time I would watch some like Hong Kong action movies.
Chow Yun Fat.
And so. I can't remember which ones, all the ones that I watched and which ones I didn't. But some of those Hong Kong ones were pretty good. But again, it's just, I can't seem to, I don't know. I just can't seem to, I don't know. Maybe like I did with the war movies recently, when we started talking about that, where again, not my genre of forte, right? But something that I would get to from time to time, when I was kind of bored of everything else, like, I haven't seen war in a while. Yeah, and so let's do that. Same thing with Western, So maybe I should do that. Maybe I should make an effort and watch one of those movies that Felix keeps posting about on Instagram and stuff, and going to the theater to watch or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it sparks something else in me again. I don't know. All right,
hey, Peter, can you give me one war movie that I should watch?
Oh God.
Just give me one.
Let's not get on this topic. I can email you some stuff.
Email me.
Yeah.
I just want to watch one. I mean, more than likely I have watched some of them. I mean, because I do like war movies, but
Okay. Yeah, he's got a list for you. Let me just quickly say, only because I missed it 4 minutes ago, and I don't know if he's still here. So Sean Chen, I'm assuming it's the artist Sean Chen. I could be wrong. Works with Carl Choi a lot. Sean says, is it selfish for a collector to be buried with their original art when they pass? And all I got to say is, Sean, you better not fucking bury yourself with your artwork. I will come and dig you up. I will come and dig you up, and I will rescue the art that's salvageable.
You mean steal, rescue?
And I'll throw you back in the hole, but I won't cover you up. So, yeah, do not do that. Do not do that, please.
We're only having the art on loan, Sean. That's it. Every collector is a loaner.
Is it Sean Chun the artist?
What's that?
Is it Sean Chun the artist?
Well, that's what I said. I'm assuming it's the artist.
We don't know. Yeah.
But I don't know for sure unless he tells us. And I don't know if he's still here because, like I said, I got to his comment 4 minutes after he posted it.
That's him. It's him. Baltimore this year. Yes, Sean. I'll be there. I will be stopping by.
Oh, there you go.
Run for your life, Sean.
There you go. Okay,
No,
well, Sean.
Can I just say, Sean is incredibly inventive. He put together these little knickknacks that move and operate. Like he did a pinball wooden pinball machine. He's just crazily inventive.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You got a fan in you there, Sean.
And then I also plague him with asking him to draw obscure JSA All-Star Squad.
JSA characters. Piss him off, Sean, I don't know if you heard what I said about burying yourself, but in case you didn't, do not bury yourself with your art. All right? We will come and dig you up. I'll come and dig you up. What else did I want to say here? Hold on. Hey, Sean. I played that pinball machine with art on it. Very cool. He invented Bill Lash. MLB says, I was underbidder on some of the Sean Chen art at Comic Link. Second place ain't nothing. Let me see. I think I missed the Peter movie out, but Last Samurai Peter. What? Peter movie out. But Last Samurai, Peter. I don't.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about war movies, but Last Samurai, I rewatched. It was great. I brought tears to my eyes at the end.
Okay, and I just want to make it clear. I checked it out again to go see it. To see it, can I watch it? I definitely cannot. Over where I live, on whatever, I don't know where it streams, but it shows up, but it says like, oh, you got to pay for it. It's one of those paid things, whatever. So I'll wait.
It was a library DVD borrow for me.
Oh, I mean, I got other ways to watch, I guess, whatever. But there's so many things to watch. It's right. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'll wait, whatever. It's on my list there. And eventually, if it shows up for free, I put it on the watch list, and that way, if it shows up, eventually goes for free. Like a lot of these things rotate in and out of paid and free or whatever. Yeah, so we'll see. And then I'll give it a try. Good action movie. Good store burned out. I missed a few things here. Let's see. Sean Chen, just tell me where you're buried. Okay. And Mark was here for a little bit after he left the studio. And he says that the cover on his wall came from Felix when he was trying to fundraise for the Swamp Thing page. That's cool. MLB says, Sean, only if the art is worth 4 figures or more, then you bury it. Family or St. Jude's or something could use it. That's true. But no, don't ever bury any art. Burned out in the 90s until The Matrix. Oh, you mean action movies? Is that right though? I don't think so. Wasn't there all those
Tango and Cash,
the Tom Cruise and the what's his face that
Mission
other guy,
Impossible.
the guy I hate from Star Wars, Han Solo,
Harrison Ford.
Ford, yeah. Yeah, wasn't the 90s filled with like those sequel after sequel after sequel from those movies that those two guys were making? Like they had it.
I don't remember it being filled. I mean, I remember Mission Impossible 1, 2.
Yeah. There's
blah,
one.
blah,
Yeah,
blah,
right.
but-
So there's the 1, 2, 3 there. And didn't Harrison Ford have one that went three episodes or whatever? Like
He was doing a espionage one, but he only did 1 or 2 movies of that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom Clancy, too.
In Clear and Present Danger.
Yeah.
oh, there you go. That's
Yeah.
Patriot
Patriot
Games.
Games.
That was another one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Patriot.
yeah. Patriot
Yeah. Oh, and
Games.
what about Jason Bourne? That the MLB mentioned that. When did that start? Was that 90s or 2000s?
2000s, I think.
Yeah.
I'd say 2000s because it doesn't. It was Matt Damon when he was at its height, kind of.
Oh, okay. Ruben the Grave Robber. Yeah, I will if Sean tries to bury his art. You know. Let me see. Let me catch up here now. Good movies cost money.
I'm gonna drop out just for a second. I'm just gonna go. I wanted to see if I have something that Sean did. I'll be right
Okay,
back.
Yeah.
cool.
Canada has the samurai embargo. Is that right? Okay. And by the way, Tom, good movies cost money. A lot of bad movies cost money too. Because there's a lot more bad movies than there are good movies. And most movies cost money, a lot of money. So there you go. MLB says Samurai will be free eventually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? They bounce around that way. And it's on Tubi a few times a year. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I'm patient. Again, I don't have to watch it now. There's so many things to watch. So
Yeah.
eventually, it's like I said, it's on my watch list. So eventually I'll keep checking. And eventually when it's free, I'll watch it. I'm going to try to pull out a movie care package. Ruben will check if you've seen and send to you. I have 32,000 movies in my stores now to choose from. Geez, your comic shops, you sell movies? You mean you're selling DVDs in your comic shops? Wow, 32,000 movies? Oh my God.
That's a lot.
Wow, that's a lot. Holy crap. And that takes space. That takes a lot of space. Wow. Harrison Ford just piloted a lot of planes. That's true. And then he crashed them too.
Yeah.
I know that he crashed them. Yeah. Tom Clancy movies.
Yeah.
Oh, who was Jack Ryan?
Harrison Ford.
That's Harrison
That
Ford.
was Harrison Ford. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but what was the name of the movie? What the?
Patriot Games.
Oh, right. That's the right. With those are from all the Tom Clancy novels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. There we go. Clarifying that Born Identity was 2002. Okay. Thank you, MLB. Tom just doesn't just have comic. Oh, he has comics. He has 4 comic shops plus his furniture store. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a bunch of DVDs at his furniture store. Then again, who the hell knows? You got 32,000. You got to put him somewhere. 4 stores. There you go. 1 store is all games. Oh, okay. I see. One of them is not a comic shop. One is games, movies, electronics, and military gear. Wow. Oh, yeah, because you're near the military base. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so one is not a comic shop. Okay, cool. So 3 comic shops, 1, I don't know, what do you call that? All pop culture store, I guess. Good way to put it.
So when the apocalypse shows up, we just go to Tom's store for
that's right.
military gear, movies,
military
and
gear.
electronics.
He's going to set us all up, man, all in one space. Tom sells anything that can be sold. Listen, when you're in business, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. I can't blame somebody for, you got to try whatever you can find. If you can find another product that might sell, then great, Air Force One. Yeah, I might have watched that and just don't remember the story. I might have seen that one. Because like I said, I did see some Harrison Ford movies in the late 80s to early 90s. I just
Air
don't
Force
remember.
One, he was playing president. He was playing a president. And he says, "Get off my plane," before he kicks the terrorist off the plane.
Yeah, I know people say that, but it's hard to remember if I saw it because I may have seen those famous scenes. Like
Right, you probably, yeah.
And
like
then
a
you
meme or something, yeah.
Yeah, it makes you think you saw the movie, but you know what I mean? But yeah, that's it. So
It wasn't a great movie, in my opinion. But no,
Not a great, or is it great?
it is not a great movie.
Not
in
a
my
great
opinion.
movie? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Get off my plane. Yeah. Yeah. One furniture store. Oh, one comic shop. Oh, one furniture, one camera stuff. Oh, here I was thinking 4 in 1. Now it's a total of 4 stores. So one is the furniture. Okay. One is the one you described. We'll call it the all you can whatever. Oh, only one is an actual pure comic shop. Ah, 2 stores full of the goodies. Wow. Okay, interesting. Oh, so only one comic. Here I am thinking all this time. You got 4 comic shops. Wow. Okay. Busy guy, man. Busy guy. I don't know how the hell can you? Like, business must be real good, Tom, that you can afford to spend all the time you spend watching YouTube videos all week long. You know what I mean? And like, you got 5 stores to take care of. That says that not only is business good, but that all your stores run themselves. Like they do well with whatever manager you've got in place there, and that's it. So you don't have to constantly be on their backs. That's great. That's really good. I'm happy to hear that. Happy to hear that's, you got that many, a handful of stores and all seems to be doing well. So terrible months of stale, different items. Yes, exactly. Small section is called Tom's office at each location. Yes. Watching my show is work. It is. I admit it. Doing my show is work. Man, I strain my vocal cords every week just to do this shit.
Reading Marcus's comments on everybody's galleries is
that's work. That's more work. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's another job, I watch in the office a lot and have 70 cameras I view on large. Wow, 70 cameras on a large screen TV. Holy crap. 70 cameras divided by only 4 stores. Holy shit. That's like, what, 17 and a half cameras per location?
Yeah, but 5 of them are in the bathrooms. It's okay.
In the ladies' bathroom.
Any bathroom. He's an equal opportunity voyeur.
Oh,
Isn't
my
it right,
God.
Tom?
Wow, that is so crazy, man. Yeah, that's wild. Interior and exterior, but still, that's a lot of cameras. That's the thinking of someone who, as you mentioned, in fairness, Tom, someone who has been ripped off multiple times, broken into multiple times. So I get it. You at a certain point, you got to start getting paranoid, plus for your home as well. Oh, yeah. Well, you did say your home got broken into as well. So I'm certainly not surprised about that,
Peter, what's the Sean thing?
Oh, I wasn't able to find it.
Oh, okay.
It's a paper or cardboard image of Tepe Hedren from the Hitchcock's The Birds.
Uh-huh.
You pull a little wheel.
It's a crank.
It's
Cranker?
a crank, and she's running, and there are birds over her.
That's what I was thinking. You were talking about Sean, what Sean does, because there's actual museums that have those little, not automatons, but they're like, there's a name for them, but it moves like a bicyclist moves his legs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Maki's leaving, everybody. Cool. Saying good night. Bye, Michael. Have a good night. Have a great week.
Good night.
Thank you for hanging out so long. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I just didn't.
No. We don't care about you anyway. We're just talking amongst ourselves. This is our show. This is the Peter and Hart show. Peter Hart show.
We're having a heart-to-heart discussion.
That's right.
Now, there's a show I used to love as a kid. Oh,
Stephanie Powers, baby.
Stephanie Powers. Oh, I was hot for her. Yeah. She's still, I think she's still alive, and I think she's like 80-ish.
Oh, wow.
I believe. She may have passed away in recent years, but I think she's still alive. Yeah, it's hard to.
I think she has original art that she's buried with. You should go find her.
Exactly. Yeah. Mark,
you know what? In Castle Freak, I think when he opened up that crypt, there was some comic book art in that.
Yeah, I'm sure there was. Yeah, you're right. I think there was some old Tom Grummett stuff.
Yeah.
Or some of the Italian art that Robert collects.
Yeah, that's
What's
right.
that?
Exactly.
What's Robert?
Robert Berman. He collects a lot of Italian art from Italian comic books. Really nice, very noir, very heavy, shadowy stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Carl says, yes, those things that Sean did were brilliant. I'm sorry, I'm over my head. What's he talking about?
These little mechanical pieces that are cranked.
Oh, the thing that Peter was saying earlier.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, I've seen them at museums. They're
that's right.
Whirly wigs or whirly wigs or zig, something like that. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, Carl
Whirly gigs. It could be called.
Carl goes to Baltimore. That's why I know he's obviously seen it, right? Because you said that's where you saw it, right, Peter?
Pardon?
That's where you saw them, right? At Baltimore.
Yeah, him and Carl, the other Carl, 24/7 Comics they had a booth.
Choi.
Yeah, Carl Choi. They had a booth at Baltimore, so Sean was had those things. Yeah, just selling them if you wanted one. But
okay, so they're paper. I thought they were wooden, because the ones that I'm talking about are wooden pieces that are joined by like copper wiring and stuff like that. So this is made out of paper.
These are cardboard. Yeah,
cardboard. Okay. Oh,
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's even more impressive. So what moves when you move the crank? Is there like rubber band or something? Or
yeah, there's rubber bands, I think, inside.
Okay. All right. Wow, I'd love to see one.
Or I think he's got something about quantum physics that moves the feet. I'm just kidding. No.
Nah, I don't think so. Fool me once, Peter.
Tom said cameras don't cost much, guys. Really? Camera setups for like security, they don't cost what do you consider not a lot? To me, I would think, I don't know how much.
$100.
That's it.
I'm guessing it's like $70-$100 maybe.
Okay, but even still, even if it was 100, like when you got 70, that's 77 grand. You know what I mean?
That's safeguarding your business rather than having it robbed, right? So
no, but
you offset that price. Yeah,
I'm just saying it does sound. You got to admit, it does sound like overkill. 4 stores, 70 cameras. That sounds like
one camera in Canada.
Huh?
Cameras in Canada.
Yeah. Oh man, there we go. Rick says Dampier. That's what it's called. The Robert Berman.
Okay, Dampier.
Yeah, Dampier. Just put that in on CAF, and you'll find hundreds of pages. He tends to buy. He has hundreds of pages because he tends to buy them as complete stories.
Oh,
and the Italian stuff. You know, there's like an album is like 80 or 90 pages or whatever. You know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see it right now. Oh,
look at Tom. He wants to make sure we understand. And for the record, I catch people stealing every week. Call police. Have video as proof. I get stuff back easy. Okay, we believe you, Tom. All right. Yay! 70 cameras. Good job, Tom. Good job. Oh, that's funny, man.
Who tackles the guys that are stealing from you? Is it you, Tom, or is it one of your employees?
That's right. Well, Tom's a big dude. He should be the tackler for sure. Yeah.
Evermind is Sean Chen's Kickstarter with 24/7 Comics with Sean Choi with Carl Choi.
What is it about?
I'm looking forward to getting my digital copy from that Kickstarter. They keep, Carl keeps putting out, updates by email to say, the progress on it or whatever. It's a little bit behind now, whatever, no big deal. But I read, he gave me a sneak peek on the first 3 issues. I really enjoyed it, which I'm surprised because again, it's essentially, it's like real world stuff, but sci-fi as well. But it's heavy reading because there's like a lot of entities and corporations with names you got to remember and a lot of characters. So I have to read it slowly to let it all sink in. But I was really I really enjoyed it. But I'm looking forward to rereading those 3 issues once all 6 the PDF comes out. But just you know what? I don't know. I don't want to get into having to do with. I'm not like I said with the as I did with the Castle Freak. Not good with the giving
Synopses.
not synopses, right? Like I'm not good with that. So, but just look it up. You'll if you can see the Kickstarter page for Evermind, it'll give you an idea of what it's about. It'll tell you what it's about. But really nice art, nice colors, and yeah, fun story as well. So looking forward to getting to the end of that. To be fair, I have 7 cameras at my house, interior and exterior, so I know what you mean, Tom. Nice, Alberto. Wow. Yep, furniture store, 20,000. Wow, 20,000 square foot furniture store. Wow, impressive, man. Alberto only put those cameras in when he invited me to his party. You're intimidating yourself, Marcus. He was scared of what you'd be doing when you went off by yourself alone into the various rooms, And I'm not talking about stealing either. Go to Sam's Club, can buy these in sets of 12. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, but for how much? Buy one for like $20. And how much are Ring cameras? Alberto says they're cheap. How much? What's cheap? What's cheap for a Ring camera? And like, how do you install it? Is it you need a technical electrician guy to install a Ring camera, or do you do it yourself? How does that work?
You can do it yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
They come with, that's the way they're sold, is you can install them yourself.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's not hard.
Okay. I just figured, it's electrical, so you gotta understand wiring and stuff.
They're wireless.
And then don't you drill a hole, or is it just you stick it onto the wall, or like outdoors, or like what is it? How do they attach to the building, the facade outside?
Well, I don't know. I think they stickers and drill. You could drill them in.
Yeah, because I would figure you'd need to drill into the brick or concrete or whatever your house is made of, just to make sure nobody kind of just pulls it off and takes it for themselves or something.
Well, the Duchess had to have bought one of those for her freak.
Yeah, she had a problem putting in the screws.
Yes.
The Duchess.
There was a ring that she was trying to fix, but he didn't have the right tool for it.
Marcus still got away with art. Nice. That's so funny. Ring cheap, but not non-ring much cheaper. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a brand name's going to cost more for sure. USB power and Wi-Fi. Okay, interesting. Ring cameras were introduced in the 70s. Well, maybe a different brand, like TV series introduced in the 70s TV series Search. I never heard of Search, Mark. That might be something from Britain, maybe a British show. I can't say that was a North American show. I think in the 70s I would have remembered something called Search.
It's a weird topic we're on right now.
I know. Check it out. 12 cameras with a whatever system to record is like $350. Really? Wow, that is cheap. Okay, a lot cheaper than I expected. Okay. Well, thank you, Tom. Put where they can't see or reach or see. Yeah.
So any father with teenage girls, buy that set.
All right. We're going to call this one, everybody. We did, thankfully, I'm very happy we did, again, even though, of course, with my thumbnail, I made, I'm sure, plenty of usual rewind viewers think, oh, no, another all-movie show. I'm not watching that. Whatever. So, missed some viewers. Hopefully, most people have learned by now that whatever you see on my thumbnails doesn't necessarily mean that that's all you're going to be, hear and talk about. And in fact, there has been 1 or 2 episodes where the background that I put up, we never even got to that topic because we were so busy talking about other topics. But anyways, I'm happy we did get to Castle Freak. It was a lot of fun. It's been a fun last few weeks here when we started, from the day that topic came up during that war movie episode. And so it's fun to see that a few friends of mine ended up watching it. And even though Peter Peter gave it a 3 out of 10, which, not unexpected, from Peter. He's not a horror guy. I'm thankful to you, Peter, that you gave it a shot. Like I said, it's not fun, and I admit it. It's not typically enjoyable or fun to feel when you feel like you gotta watch something because somebody kind of asked you to, and it's not at all the kind of genre that you're into. I see how that could be difficult. So that's what makes me appreciate that you took the time and effort either way. So thank you again, man. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And is this a lead up to you're going to ask me to come on the show for was it the Chomping Mall?
Chopping Mall.
I'm not doing a show on Chopping Mall. I already explained what it was about, and that's more than enough. And hopefully nobody watches it. I'm trying to save you all from having to spend 90 minutes, or I think that one was probably like 80 or 85 minutes. That's how bad they chopped it. But just trying to save you guys some time. Definitely not worth watching.
Next show, Felix.
No matter what Newell says about it, no, I don't know. The next show ain't gonna be Felix. I don't see him. He hasn't been by in a few months, so I expect that. He told me himself. By the way, he told me himself what he really likes more than anything on my channel is the. It's what everybody likes the most, seemingly, which is all the episodes of me and Matt and Stop the Insanity. So he just likes to see that and likes the discussion and, in between our views on everything, whatever. He told me that's his favorite thing. And I guess for a lot of people it is because, like I say, those shows get the most views out of anything. So, yeah.
Plus, Matt's better looking than you.
And unfortunately, though, Matt, I'm always wanting to wait for Matt. He did say she's going to try to get back on track and not wait 5, 6, 8 months or whatever like we did last time. He says maybe once every couple of months, whatever. I'd still like it to be more often than that. But again, I still want to do it with him or whatever. So I'll keep waiting. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too long before we do another episode of that. But with Felix, yeah, I think the next time you see him here, I mean, who knows, right? He can pop in at some point and you never know. But I would expect the next time we see him would be the show and tell. And yeah, that's up to me. I'll have to get off my ass and just move ahead and select the pieces and then tell him that I selected the pieces, and that way he'll give me a date and then we can get it going, Yes, I'm aware that Felix show got over 1,000 views. It hit 1,000 like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it steadily got higher and higher. The last episode, Tom, of Stop the Insanity is in the 870 something range. It's the highest viewed of all the Stop the Insanities. Don't ask me why, but yeah. So even that one's, that one's moving in, closing in on 900, and then at some point I'm sure that one will get to 1,000. So that's pretty cool. Scott is aware of what Chopping Mall is. He seems to know that. Yes. Don't watch it. No, don't watch it again anyways. So let me see. Let me just say my final goodbyes to you guys. Let me see. Where did I leave off with all your camera talk? Yeah, Carl, have a great week, my friend. Reach out to me. Catch you later, Tom. Have a good one. I'm with Peter. Had enough movie talk for the year. Well, man, I am so sorry to tell you, MLB, but the thing about it is, like I say all the time, and you heard me say this, MLB, you've been here long enough now to know, if there was enough interesting art-related topics to talk about that haven't been covered a billion times before, and they all have been covered because there's only so many things you could talk about. with this hobby. You know, I would make hangout episodes, you know, all comic art related all the time if there was enough stuff to talk about. It's just, I always say, if there's something in particular about our hobby that you guys want to bring up and talk about, you just got to bring it up. And even if it's something that we have covered in the past, if it comes from you guys, I'll still talk. I'll go with it. If you want to talk about it, I'll go with it. But as somebody who has in the past already brought up the topics and covered them all before, I can't get myself to like go back to the well of my own volition. If you do it, if you're the ones who are telling me, hey, let's talk about this and that, okay, you know, but I don't want to go to the well and like, hey, I know we've talked about this, but let's talk about it again. Like, you know, so I would do it. It's just like I said, MLB. It has to come from you guys. And since oftentimes I come here all by myself on a Sunday night, hang out, and I'm alone, and it's like, hey guys, and I got no plan. What's been happening with you? You know, any news this week? And it's crickets. It's like people are talking in the chat, but nobody's really saying that anything happened in the hobby and that there's anything to talk about. So it's like, oh, it's easier to just jump onto movies. Hey, I just saw this. Anybody see that? You know, so that's the thing. It's like you got to talk about something, and you know, movies is something everybody has in common as well as comic art here. So it just becomes an easy thing to do, you know. So yeah, you're going to be seeing plenty more movie talk. That's pretty much a guarantee. Send Peter a gift card. Probably won't buy at EXP, not my kind of stuff, but we'll see if I see any familiar names in the chat. Yeah, no, you'll see familiar names for sure. Well, EXP, what do you mean EXP? Oh, on Friday, you mean? Yeah, you'll see some familiar names. Yeah, for sure. Check out next show. Yeah, you don't know if you like it unless you try it, right? So you might as well try it once. Go up. You know, that's what you do. That's what I say to everybody about all these shows on YouTube. You know, if you don't like what I do, don't watch me. I don't give a shit. You know, if you don't like what any other channel does, don't watch them, right? Only watch what you like to watch. That's it. Simple as that. And let me see. It's all the same. Yeah, same of us at all the shows. Not all. Especially at Nick's. There's a lot of people he won't know. But fun show, guys. Good night. Have a good night, Rickster. Thank you. And you can have Felix movie talk. Oh, sorry. I guess I got sidetracked. That was the point I was gonna make actually when I mentioned that, you know, I hadn't seen one of those Hong
Kong action films.
Action Hong Kong movies. I was gonna say that you never know if I ever watched one again and I liked it and it kind of sparked some of that sort of enjoyment for me. I would absolutely reach out to Felix and ask him if he'd like to come on and just talk about those types of movies or whatever, you know. But yeah, I'd have to make the effort first to try to watch one and see if I can kind of get back into it again, you know. Ruben should have a Quintana comic giveaway. Yeah, you and your Quintana. See ya, Scott. Quintana. I was hoping I would hear a bunch of stuff from Quintana, but all I got was Carl telling me, hey, he'll reach out to me privately. But okay, I'll get the scoop from him privately. But you, Marcus, seem to know more than you're letting on, but you also are being cagey about it. Buy Felix. Buy Dueling Dealers. Stay away from Clink.
I think there was some Quintana comments that we passed over.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A while ago.
Next show.
Next.
State of the hobby. The state of the hobby will come eventually, MLB, eventually. Marcus King the Well. Nice. Good deals on. Yeah, exactly, MLB. Clink. We talk about it all the time here. I've said that a million times on this channel. Clink is a buyer's market, dude. There's a lot of good, and you like collecting down like me. So you of all people should absolutely love watching, especially the focused auctions. That's the cheaper stuff, lower end stuff. A lot of good deals to be had there. Alberto tried with Superman auction. Okay, love Clink and they're like eBay auction style. Yeah. It closes at an exact time. That's it. No bullshit needed. No extra time added. Nonsense. Exactly. I am watching them all. Hey, I'm bottom of the barrel, not the well. No art channels to watch. Ruben only show on YouTube. I appreciate it, but look around. Try some of the channels that I promote. You know, like Carl's channel. It's not live. It's just recorded stuff, but he's got some fun videos. You know, you check out the videos and see if any of the topics. Just read the titles and see if they interest you. You know, but he's eminently listenable too. Very easy to listen to. He's got a good delivery. I like Carl's stuff. Nick and Cap just selling their junk. Some comic guys been doing art shows, trying to do art show. Oh, comic guys. Yeah. But those are the comic guys that are in it to try to, you know, do what they do in comics, which is speculate, which is what Hart was saying. You know, you hope that the new people don't come in just to try to make money off the hobby. Unfortunately, some of the new guys coming in, the guys that come in from comics, that is pretty much what they're doing, but nothing you can do about it. Whatever. Hopefully it's just a slow burn. Carl's show is fun, but it recorded exactly. I watch Comics Den and Swag. Yeah, but that's if you're you got to be into comics, right? Unfortunately, still doing mostly boring comic books. Yeah, there you go. Right. Comic Link can buy a bunch of cheap commissions. Yeah, there's a lot of cheap stuff you can get at Comic Link for sure. Oh my God, Carl's still with us. Wow. And you're thanking Tom after I just told people to go watch your channel and how listenable, eminently listenable you are. I can't do a 5-hour live show. Yeah, that's right. After OEX, Comics Den is cards and comics mostly. Never any deals on stuff I like. That's okay. You got to keep looking, I guess. You're picky. Yeah. Carl's open to take offers on his art. It's fun. I'm sure he appreciates you telling him that. I want to talk money, not talking about how great these old 70s, 80s artists are. See, that's the thing. That's like most of us don't want to talk about the money. We typically don't talk about the money here, at least, other than, you know, on the occasion that I do those shows that you like so much, MLB, the Heritage review shows or whatever. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, we typically most like I said, most people in their hobby are still upwards of 90-something%. We're still primarily in it for the fun of it, not to talk about what this sold for and what do you think this is going to be worth and what's a good deal these days. You know, yeah, we're still in it more for the fun of the art. You know, enjoying the art. You can watch Beyond Wednesdays for more comic stuff. Many cheap commissions at Last Comic Link. Every Comic Link, yeah. I don't care where Bob Layton is. I get that one. I get that one. I know you appreciate me, Carl. I know. And like I said, don't forget, reach out. Let's web chat. Let's have a web chat. Pick a day where the kids are at school or something. Let's have an afternoon chat or something. The show is fun. A lot of commissions. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So, guys, thank you again. The art and friends makes collecting fun, and that's true too. Good point. Thank you for reminding. I always do say that as well, and that it is about the camaraderie. It has been that way for me, certainly for the last few years. A lot more about that than the looking for my next piece of art. So, I appreciate it, Carl. Thanks, but. So yeah, that's just what it is. That's what we're mostly into, most of us, you know. So the art and friends makes collecting fun, and then you say, I got ad, they just linger on the same piece of art so long. I got ad? I don't know what you mean. They just linger. Oh, you're talking about the other show on CAF Plus, maybe? I don't know. But listen, when I do shows,
I got mad, I think is what he's saying.
I don't think so. Why would he say I don't think he's going to get mad about it.
I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah,
I got ad doesn't make any sense.
I know. But the point is, he's saying they linger on the same piece so long. I don't know. I mean, like when I do show and tells, which I don't do admittedly much anymore, but when I do them, I've always done them. Listen, I only show 20 pieces and the shows still average about 4 hours. Why? Well, it's because we talk not only about me and the guest talk about the piece, but then it very often sparks something is said that sparks another conversation. And if you look at those shows, the time, because I've chopped them all up, right, into chapters. For every piece, there's a chapter. And if you look at this, the time between each piece, oftentimes they're average like 12 minutes in between each piece. It's because we do a lot of talking, but obviously not just me and whoever my collector guest is, but because, as usual, I talk with you guys in the chat too. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've been here several times now, MLB, and you know what this is like. You know what it's like to be stuck on a piece for 10 or 15 minutes at a time, and you still hang out here. So I don't know. I don't know why you get unless you're talking about one of those review shows. If that's what you mean, like Heritage Review, and maybe you think they get stuck on each piece too long. I don't know. I don't watch it, so I don't know. But if that's what you mean, yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man. Attention disorder, they lose my attention. Well, that's different. Oh, he's saying he has ADD. Okay.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
All caps makes more sense than add.
Got you. There you go. Thank you. Don't laugh at him, Tom. MLB, he's laughing at you. See, I'm trying to shit. I'm trying to shit the stir for a change.
You're trying to make the show go on for longer too. By the way, it sounds like you keep on talking. It's getting to be a little late, buddy.
All right. I need to charge for the interaction. Okay. Other shows just take the same boring and guess way too long. Okay. Heritage Review is great. Oh, okay. They go next. Okay, I got it.
Next.
Thank you to the rest of you, everybody. Thank you. Don't forget to catch Nikki on Friday at usual 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And check out Crease Lee. He's got Crease Lee, the artist, live selling some art. And he will also have some Mannix art, which I know a lot of you seem to really want to get. So thank you. Check that out. Thank you, Tom. Go Blue, of course. And that's it. Come back next week. I guess we'll do it all over again. And one more time, guys, Peter, Hart, thank you so much for this, man. Really appreciate both of you. In all honesty, thank you.
My pleasure. Great.
Good seeing you, Peter. Don't be a stranger. I'm moving in next week. You know that.
What was that?
I'm moving in next week to your house.
Oh, okay. I'll put up a bunch of cameras then and change the lock.
Exactly.
Getting a guard dog, yeah.
I just steal small stuff.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
See you guys.
See you next week. Go Blue.